morning, everyone. I request everyone to please be seated. We're going to be starting in next 5 minutes. This is your host, Shivani. A warm welcome to SOLIDWORKS Innovation Day 2025. We're going to be starting very soon. I request everyone to please be settled. Thank you so much. All right, people, it's time that we are starting our today's very exciting day. I request everyone to please settle down. Hi to everyone. Good morning. Can I see waving hands up in the air? Everyone? Yes? Perfect. My name is Shivani. I'm your anchor for today's very exciting day. And the reason I'm calling it exciting is because it's a proud moment for all of us to celebrate not just another innovation day, but also 30 years of SolidWorks. Can we clap for the entire team of SolidWorks? Yes. Imagine 3 decades of empowering engineers, designers, innovators across the globe. Since its inception in 1995, SolidWorks has transformed from simple 2D sketches to fully innovated 3D design ecosystems. Over the course of 30 years, we have grown from the designs that we used to manufacture, and we've grown from simple standalone CAD software to a fully innovated digital platform seamlessly integrated with 3D design experience cloud, with artificial intelligence, with design manufacture and simulation. So today, first of all, a big welcome to the SOLIDWORKS Innovation Day 2025. And today on the stage, there's going to be a lot of innovators, designers, and visionaries who are going to be talking about the triumphs, the challenges that we have turned throughout the year and how we've transformed this entire success story. So I seem it's a very exciting day. And to begin with, let us clap for all the innovators, all the designers, all the experience holders who are sitting right here in front of me. Can we clap for ourselves, everybody? Yes? Thank you. On that note, let's begin this beautiful day. There's going to be a lot of learning, a lot of sharing happening on this stage. And to begin with, let me invite Mr. Vishal, who's the technical manager of Beacon. Let's clap for him, everybody, to begin this day on a very beautiful note. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Shivani. And again, welcome everyone for our SOLIDWORKS Innovation Day 2025. So hope we'll make it a great day today. It's a jam-packed sessions with a lot of wonderful features coming up in SOLIDWORKS 2026. So we'll make sure that you will enjoy every bit of it. So we'll start with a quick introduction of Beacon. I'll just open the show.
There shines a light in the heart of man, defies the dead of the night, a beam that glows within every soul, like wings of hope taking flight. A sunny day when a baby's born, the little things that we say, a special sparkle in someone's eye, simple gifts every day. Somewhere there's a paradise where everyone finds release. It's here on earth and between your eyes, a place we all find our peace. Questioning why. shines a light in the heart of man. He finds the dead of the night, a beam that glows within every soul, like wings of hope taking flight.
What is so important is hope. If we don't have hope, we give up. We do nothing. And in this world of violence and fear, we must have hope for a better future. And you have a choice as to what sort of impact you want to make. And I think that really is the most important message that any of us can have. Because, you know, we can't leave everything to governments, we can't leave everything to big business. We must realize that we as individuals make a difference.
With that, do you know who that lady is? Okay, she's a well-known primatologist. Her name is Jane Goodall, as you saw, and she passed away last week. She was also known as a chimpanzee lady or chimpanzee woman. Okay, if you want to Google, you can Google about her. Okay, there are wonderful videos on Nat Geo. Okay, with that, I would like to welcome our CEO, Mr. Nayanar Ramaswamy. Okay, Nayanar sir is an accomplished software professional. He has over 25 years of extensive experience in engineering software products that focus on design, manufacturing, documentation, and he has worked with industries from manufacturing sector, architecture sector. So his journey is very, very inspiring for us. He has worked with very renowned organizations like Autodesk, Dassault Systems, Think3. So please put your hands together for Mr. Nayanar Ramaswamy. Nayanar sir, the stage is all yours.
Good morning, everyone. At the outset, let me thank you all for taking your time off on a busy day to come and be here. I sincerely hope that you will enjoy the session and you will take away something very, very significant from this session. Pune is also very close to my heart because this is where I started my career working for a company called Bajaj Auto around 30 years back in their R&D, and then we have offices in Pune. I keep shuttling between Bangalore and Pune, so even though I travel all around, Pune is very close to my heart. So thank you so much, Pune, for being here. And I'm going to talk about the future direction, where we are looking at going, where we see the industry going, and also recount our past, right? So it's 30 years. Right? 30 years is like, whoa. I have taken a screen capture of 1995 SolidWorks. For the Gen Z and the millennial crowds here, can you imagine the kind of hardware in which SolidWorks used to run at that time? Any guesses? 64 MB RAM and 1 GB hard drive. That is the kind of machines on which we used to run SolidWorks. 97, I started writing applications on top of SolidWorks for simulation and multi-body dynamics and all of that. That was all happening on a computer with a 64 MB RAM and 1 GB hard drive. You can imagine how much optimized the code should be. Now imagine the software written for that kind of a hardware, written 30 years back, is relevant even today, right? Even today, with such high-end computing, it is still solving significant amount of problem. It is part and parcel of your daily life, right? How does a software or a product stays relevant for over a period of 30 years when countries have fallen, empires have crashed, but this product is still there, solving real life problems? It is because of three things. One is a great product team who are focused on building a great product. The second one is like a committed set of partners like Beacon, who take the message of SolidWorks to the end customers, and above all, loyal customers like you. All of you are the reason why SolidWorks is relevant even today. And I want to thank all of you on behalf of Beacon and on behalf of SolidWorks for being so loyal to us, for helping us to stay relevant even in today's world, in the 21st, in 2025, trying to solve a significant amount of problems as we look forward to in the future. So you saw the Beacon, we cover a significant amount of area. We started in 2002 by a passionate engineer by name Varakumar. Many of you would have known, who have been in the associated with Beacon over a period of time. We were focusing initially on Karnataka, then we expanded to Maharashtra. Now we have Telangana, Chennai, part of our focus. We cover almost 60-65% of the geographies. We are headquartered in Bangalore, but we have offices all over these areas. We have around 7 offices. We have 2 more offices in Aurangabad and Nashik that is still coming up. Our focus, competency so far, has been design and manufacturing automation. That has been our core focus of all these years. We have global alliances in terms of products that we sell, hardware that we sell. We've got 6 different alliances, and we are around 270 plus employees across all the geographies. So this is in a nutshell about where we are. I want to talk a little bit about the portfolio of the products that we carry. In 2002, we started off with just SolidWorks. We were selling only SolidWorks. But as we acquired more and more customers, we identified more and more challenges faced by our customers. We kept on adding products to our portfolio. So what started off as a mainstream CAD selling company, we have evolved into selling a whole set of solutions for our customers, which covers simulation, we covers digital manufacturing through Delmia Works, which covers data management using Enovia PLM, for 3D printing using Formlabs. If you are in a woodworking company, YesWood is another tool which runs on top of SolidWorks for you to work with wood material. DriveWorks for configurable design, because some of our customers, they want to automate their design process. So we picked up this DriveWorks. So if you look at it, we have evolved from as a CAD selling company to a solution selling company over all these years, right? So this is the portfolio of our offering. We are adding more and more products. We are looking for solutions on scanners and other such areas. So to give you an idea of how we have grown over the period of since 2002, we have grown to the level of around 5,400 customers as of now, right? Most of them are MSMEs, like small and medium-sized enterprises. On an average, we have been acquiring at least 200 to 250 customers every year, which means every new customer every single day of working day. So that is the pace at which we have been growing, right? So one of the things that we are very, very proud of is that the initial set of customers that we acquired in 2002, 3, 4, they are first-time 3D CAD users. We take so much pride in moving them from a 2D environment to a parametric 3D environment. It is a very, very significant achievement for us, and we feel very, very proud about that. And we are looking at enabling them to adapt digital transformation and data management solutions as we move forward, right? Our mainstay is like MSME. Today, if you look at our competencies, we have competency in MCAD, mechanical CAD, which is our bloodline and DNA. We have competency in PLM implementation. We have got some large customers for whom we have implemented data management, lifecycle management solutions. Digital transformation, we are working with customers on how we can connect different pieces of information on, on transforming themselves digitally. Digital manufacturing, we are also doing some research on manufacturing, AI research on manufacturing sector with a team focused on R&D, trying with the different AI technologies. So we have been consistently growing over the last two and a half decades. So that is in a broad, nutshell about Beacon. So around 3 years back, we wanted to understand, we talk about all the digital transformation, life cycle management, and all of that. We wanted to do a reality check. Where are our customers? What kind of challenges do they face? So we asked our application engineers, whoever is talking to customers, to go profile each of the customers that we are working with. And we saw some very, very interesting data points, right? Can you believe, like, 66% of our customers still manage their bill of material using Excel, meaning like they create a 3D model, from that they export a BOM, and then they use Excel to manage and manipulate and then add, delete something and all of that. So it is still a significant amount of them are still operating on Excel. Around 52% are product-based, meaning like they manufacture products and then give it to their customers. Around 45% of them are into project-based, meaning they made-to-order machines, special purpose machines, which takes around 3 months or 1 month to produce and deliver. Now, this is one set of data point. I'm going to tell you some more data point, which is going to be like an eye-opener. It was an eye-opener for us, and I'm sure it will be an eye-opener for you as well. And this is considering a sample size of more than 200 of our customers selected randomly of the 5,500. %70 of our customers manage their design data in local computer with naming conventions. They all have like 1 or 2 licenses of SolidWorks. They manage their design data in the local computer. 66% manage BOM using Excel. 96% of them share drawings, PDF with the rest of the organization with vendors through email, right? They share with the rest of them. And 45% of them are project-based. Around 60% of them are repeatable designs, meaning they don't start from scratch, but they have got a repeatable designs. 90% of them use manually filled forms, meaning like your inspection reports, your goods received, when you are inspecting your goods that is received, 90% of them are filling manual forms. And 76% track their work progress by emails and phone calls, right? What does it actually tell us, right? What does it actually tell us? We are there, we are selling solutions and all of that, but we have a customer base who are in the early stages of adapting technology. So it's a huge opportunity for any company like us. So we actually started relooking ourselves. So we looked at ourselves, and this is the time to redefine ourselves. Why are these companies not adapting technologies, the latest technologies that are available, even though all of them are there in the market, right? So we redefined our mission. So our mission is to enable our customers to embrace digital technologies by providing products and solutions, being a trusted technology partner, and help them along their digital transformation journey. So this is a mission that we have embarked upon, from a pure sales company to be a trusted technology partner. The reason why these companies are looking, because all these companies are busy doing their job, doing their business, right? They need a trusted technology partner who will be their partner to understand how they work, look at the technology, work with them, and then make the technology work for them, right? So that is the key differentiator. So we are redefining ourselves as a company who want to be your trusted technology partner. That is the mission that we have drawn for ourselves for the future. So that is the future objective of us. Everything that we do is going to be along this mission statement. Now, as I have talked about Beacon, our learnings and all of that, I want to probe all of you. Like, all of you are designers, all of you are manufacturing, all of you design and manufacture something, right? So let's look at the amount of data that you create. The first one is design data. Since most of you are using SolidWorks, which means that you are generating your 3D models, assemblies, drawings, all of this, right? This is all your intellectual property. This is all your blood and sweat, which is what you use to build your business. And since you're using SolidWorks, this data is mostly in a computer-readable format. It is in a digital form. Let's look at the next set of data, which is the product data. The product data is your bill of material, your manufacturing bill of material, your specifications, your costing structure, all of that. I mean, from our understanding of talking to customers, most of the product data is in the form of Excel, kept in different folders and different organizations, right? Then you have production data, like whatever you design, you want to produce. So which means that you are going to do a production plan for the next 1 month or 2 weeks or something like that. And the production data will most likely, if you have a MES, possibly you will do it in a MES software. If not, you will be doing it in Excel and manage your production plan for the next fortnightly or monthly or 3 months. So you will manage your production data. And then you look at how connected these data are. Your design and product data, you may have some kind of a connection, but it could potentially be a broken one, because from SolidWorks, from your CAD, if you export to Excel and then do your product data on that, your thread is broken, meaning your connection between your 3D model and your Excel product data is already broken, right? And if you produce based on that Excel file, your production data is disconnected from the design data already, right? You've got disconnected data. Then you have customer data, meaning like who are you manufacturing and delivering these machines for or these products for? You've got a customer data. And customers' data is essentially going to be connected to the product data, which means that what is that you have delivered to your end customer. Then I bring in another monster, which is your quality data. I can tell you more than 90% of the companies, they fill up inspection reports in a paper. I have been to multi-billion-dollar companies. Even there, when they do a quality check, it is filled up in a paper, in a checklist, and then filed in a cabinet, saying that this is what the inspection report is. After that, somebody may enter it in Excel, it gets somewhere buried, and then all of that. And then your processes data. When you are manufacturing something, you will have a production plan, process plan, and then all of those things, right? So you have, as a company, if you are doing business for the last 25 years, think of the quantum of data that you have generated, the number of designs that you have generated, number of bill of materials, number of production data that you have generated. Ask yourself this question, right? How much of this is digital? When I say digital, how much of that is in a machine-readable form, computer-readable form, in Excel or in 3D CAD or any other form? And how connected they are, right? Do you have a connection between all this kind of data, right? So we are talking about new technologies like AI and all of those things. All of them rely on data. If you have a connected data, you'll be able to draw a lot more intelligence. You can draw a lot more insights, be able to leverage all these kind of technologies, right? So it is very, very important for all of you to look at your organization, how much of my data is digital and how much of that is connected. If you need help, if you need assistance in trying to work with you, we'll be more than happy to work with you to do this assessment, because this is what is going to help you to prepare for the future of all the technologies we are going to talk about, AI and everything else, right? So let me touch upon certain things, right? All of you are doing engineering. So let me talk a little bit about how knowledge silos are created. The first one is tribal knowledge, right? So the person who started the company or who is a designer who has been there for the last 20 years, they know a lot about the product. They know a lot about the company. So they have a repository of knowledge which is in their brain, not just them, a group of people, right? The second one is like CAD data, which is your PLM, PDM, design, drawings, and then all of those things. The third one is your document archive. When I say document archive, it is essentially your Excel files, product data, PDFs, and then all of those things. And the fourth one is your global industry knowledge. I'm sure all of you refer to ASME standards or design standards. all the time when you are making design choices about materials and all of those things. How do you go do that now? You will have a library where you go look for manuals, go through the page, and then identify, okay, this is the material to be used, right? So this is another knowledge base. If you look at the engineering organization, these are the 4 different silos of knowledge within an organization where the knowledge resides. Now, how is the future going to look like, right? So all of these things are have to come together. All of these are, if you have all the data in a digital machine readable format, right? What you can do is that you can potentially have AI operate on this data set. You can really make your 25 years of hard work come to life with tools like AI. These are different techniques available. One is the RAG, which is a retrieval augmented generation model, which can work on all the PDF file, all the documents that you have. The second one is semantic search. As engineers, you do not call a pipe as a pipe. You say pipe, you add another qualifier saying that so-and-so material, so-and-so grade, so-and-so diameter. You add a lot of qualifiers when you are describing a material. You just don't say pipe. If I'm a common man, I'll say go a pipe like how. If you are an engineer, you say that get a pipe which is of 200 mm diameter, so-and-so material grade, so-and-so corrosion resistance. That is how engineers operate. So the typical engineering definition of a gasket is going to be something like this, right? This is semantics. You just don't say a part, you add a lot of semantics to the particular part. How can you leverage all of these things in your organization with all the data that you have generated? This is where some of the technologies that we are going to talk about, AI and all of them are going to play. If you ask, many times questions are asked, is AI going to replace human beings? It's not going to. It is going to make human beings do a job better, right? Imagine like this, instead of going to a library and searching for a particular ASME standard, you can have a AI agent where you can ask a question. I want to have like a 70 decibel soundproof glass cabinet. What kind of a glass material I should use? You don't have to go refer a standard book. AI will come and tell you, these are all the standards. You can also say that I want to know who are the producers. AI will come and tell you. Is that going to replace the designer? No. But it is going to make the designer perform their job better. And that is why it is very, very important for all the leaders, all the people here, to look at AI as an enabler, not as something going to replace you. It is going to enable you to perform better. The earlier you adapt, the better it is for everyone in the business, right? So this is, broadly I was talking about the amount of data that you have generated, how you can use it without even, if it is in digital form. So the key thing is to have the data in a digital form. So if you have, and if we elaborate a little bit more, right? You would have heard about digital thread, right? We talked about AI, which is leveraging data and all of that. If you have a connected data, the power of AI becomes like multiple times more powerful, because you will be able to query very easily what was the production done in the last week and what should I do for the next 2 weeks in terms of to make my margins better or whatever it is. You cannot generic questions. So a digital thread is something that connects different functions of your organization, from your design to your manufacturing to sourcing to inspection. All the data sets are connected, right? So it's essentially that it connects your data seamlessly across the life cycle, across tools, okay? It enables traceability, and it also connects your design with simulation, manufacturing, and services. Why is it, some of the key elements is that it's a connected data model. I'm using the word connected data model, not a unified data model, because many products try to create a unified data model across the entire life cycle of the product, and they have failed. Because the information that is required by the sourcing team is very different from the information that is required for the manufacturing team, right? You really can't build a unified model. If you are able to build a connected data model, you will be able to leverage this data. How can you achieve that? You can achieve that by integrating your PLM with the ERP, with any other CRM solutions that you might have. All of that you can potentially do. And lifecycle governance and workflow automation. Then why it matters in mechanical design? Because it enables traceability. It links CAD, PLM, and MES in a seamless way, and you can draw a lot of intelligence once you have a connected data. So this is broadly how you build a digital thread and how you can leverage a digital thread to the business operations that you have. So what we have in Beacon is an offering called DTX. It's a digital transformation for excellence. It is essentially a tool which will help you to create a digital thread across different solutions that you have. You may have a ERP, you may have a PLM, you may not have a PLM but a CAD. You can still use this our services to connect all these pieces of data. And then you would have definitely seen certain amount of simulations and factory automation. We will have a separate session on this in the afternoon. So I'll just pass it. One is a robot simulation where you can program your robot and simulate. The second one is a shop floor simulation. And then finally, your manufacturing operations management from top floor to shop floor. How you can, and this can be linked to your CAD or 3D experience or whatever you have. So you can connect your design all the way up to manufacturing and all the kind of life cycle of the product that you can manage with the connected kind of digital thread. So these are all the different things that we are focusing on. So the future direction at Beacon, what we are looking at is a digital audit. I implore upon all of you leaders, all of you, the designers, to look at your data, your systems, and processes, and draw a digital transformation map, which is going to help you in adapting technologies like AI, all of those things in the future. If you have broken data, if you do not have data in a digital form, you won't be able to leverage all of these things, right? So this is one of the key things that all of you need to look at. The second thing is that extend digitization beyond design to manufacturing, servicing, and retirement, meaning look at ways and means to capture the data digitally, not in a paper, not in a manual way. And the third one is that look at leveraging this data through the digital thread, the connected data through the digital thread. And the fourth one is adapt new technologies like AI with all the data that you are going to collect. Now, this is the future that we see for our customers. This is where we want to play a key role. We want to be a trusted technology partner for all of you in this digital transformation journey. Be it a small MSME company, you are going to be impacted by all of this. Be it a large company, you may already be doing something on these spaces, but we'll be more than happy to work with you on all of that, right? So if these are the areas that you want to focus on, please do come and talk to us. We can showcase some of the use cases that we have done, and we would really, really want to be your trusted technology partner in your digital transformation journey, from design to manufacturing to retirement of the product. So that is our focus in for the future, and that will be our objective for the coming decade as we venture into the future. So with that, let me conclude my my address. And I also want to thank all of you once again for having come here, for having listening to us. And I hope that you will be able to take away a good amount of things when you leave the session in the evening. So, thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be here around offline. You can come and catch up with me, and then I'll be more than happy to talk on all these things.
Thank you so much, sir. And as I said at the start of the presentation, that he's really a visionary. Can we put a huge round of applause for Mr. Nair here?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
And as rightly said, AI is an enabler. It will not replace you. And that line kind of stuck with me. Every technology has its pros and cons. It's upon you. It's upon us humans that how we use it. All right? Before I call upon our next presenter on the stage, I really want everyone to close your eyes. Just for 30 seconds, everybody. All the people here, yes? If you can hear me, I want everyone to close your eyes. Everyone. People sitting here, here. Yes? And think of that one idea, that one small improvement that you have made recently. However small it is, just one improvement that you've made recently. Think of that. Yes, everybody can open their eyes. Thank you. The idea that you have just thought, the improvement that you have just thought, that's the spark of innovation that we are talking today. So kudos to everyone. And with that, as they say, innovation never sleeps, neither does SolidWorks. So our next presentation is on powering self-reliant India with AI and SolidWorks. Please welcome Mr. Sagar Gajanan Kashid, Industry Process Consult Manager, India West. He's professional postgraduate mechanical engineer with almost 20 years of experience in mechanical R&D, as well as currently serving as Industry Process Consultant Manager, India role. And joining him is Mr. Abhishek Mohta, Partner Sales Manager, India West, Sales as Enthusiast, with over 12 years of experience serving different industry verticals, carrying various products in individual as well as channel India. Proactively mentored and managed the top producing channel partner with effective orientation and joint selling efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Abhishek Mohta and Mr. Sagar Gajanan Kashid, everybody.
This I know. Okay. Hello. Yeah. Good morning, all. Yeah. Already I'm a bit nervous after seeing such a huge crowd and after such informative session from Mr. Nayanar. So once again, good morning, everyone. But I am excited as well to do the presentation because I have prepared a lot for it. And I'm sure you all have come so early, so obviously you are also excited to see the same. So I am Abhishek Mohta, Territory Sales Manager for SolidWorks, Dassault System SolidWorks, and I'm taking care of India West region for SolidWorks business. So here, as we all know that the coming trend or the digitalization and innovation what we are seeing today is what we are going to present today from my presentation. Here, we are leveraging the technology levers and helping this to achieve the manufacturing goals what India is looking in the short term and long term side by 2030 and can say 2040 and even 2050. So I am talking on the same line where India will be utilizing the technology trends, levers for the same. So when we are moving on the next slide, let's focus on the industries what we are looking at. So when we start with the fintech, we all know that today the UPI and the cashless payments has become on the fingertips, which is actually whopping around with the highest, making it wallet free, and we are going towards the cashless payments. The overall fintech business seems to be of $2 trillion by 2030, and already we are at the adoption rate of 87% if we see it today on the study basis. Also, the UPI and the cashless payment seems to be rising to $480 billion by 2030 if we are going on the same pace. And even 26 fintech startups have been valued at $90 billion at this moment currently. The next emerging sector what we are seeing is electronics and semiconductors. Now with the help of PLI and Semicon India program, we could see that the overall market size is of $103 billion. And already the flag bearers what we see as Foxconn, Samsung, Tata have already invested in manufacturing setup in this. And certainly with the help of these schemes of PLI and Semicon, we could expect that India can become a global hub for the semiconductors as well as electrical and electronics production and manufacturing. I am coming to the third, which is probably the favorite of everyone as e-consumer and consumer goods, of which exactly have the capacity of $325 billion. We all have at the fingertips, it's of ease and ease of use, and also the luxury we can say at this moment, because everything can be ordered at the fingertips, starting from vegetables and fruits up to now even the cars are available on the fingertips if you are saying that you want to see a trial, and they will be at your home step to do the same. So e-commerce and consumer goods has become a large or the upcoming trend at the highest rate as of now, what we can say. When it comes to healthcare and pharmaceuticals, after the COVID we have seen, India has become now the 60% of production of vaccines throughout the globe. Now it has become the major shareholder when it comes to the vaccine market. And even when it comes to the generic pharmaceuticals, we could see that 20% of the market share is with India when it comes to generic pharmaceuticals as the market share in that case. Electric vehicle, we are now seeing that boom and trend. Earlier we saw it in the two-wheeler, and now we are seeing that in four-wheeler as the adoption. And almost 20% rise has been done in 2024 as per earlier year on the year-on increase side. And we are seeing the same kind of trend happening by 2030 and ahead. So in the electric vehicle, along with that, even the auto components are getting increased and the demand is getting increased. And also the battery production is also required at that moment. For the renewable energy, or we can say as the solar sector and other things, we are seeing a huge market of $48 billion. Already there is a 280 gigawatt capacity which India has reached, and they are planning to reach by, they are planning to reach by 500 gigawatt capacity by 2030, as well as net zero emission by 2070 is exactly what is the aim. So along with it, we can see the renewable market is also a huge trend coming, and we are seeing already the growth in the same. Agro and food processing, we are again seeing it's a exponential growth with the help of PLI and many government scheme and the various foreign direct investment we are seeing on the agricultural side. We are seeing that industry as well as is growing exponentially ahead. Now moving ahead after this, if we go to the next slide, these are the few of the industry estimates, particularly 18 arenas from global and domestic arenas, where we are seeing that what are the current trends, what are the current revenue, and what are the expected estimated revenue as per the trend is going on, and how these are going to help us to reach 1.7 to $2 trillion. So if you see on the global arena side, e-commerce, semiconductors, cloud services, cyber security, and few are there on the next slide as well, like electric vehicle, space, nuclear fission, robotics. This all seems to grow at this almost the multiplying by 3 to 5 times by 2030, which is going to help to reach the revenue of $1.7 trillion to $2 trillion. Similarly, on the national arena side, if you see urban construction, travel tourism, auto components, renewable, aerospace and defense, medical devices, biopharma, these are also we are looking at the same pace to grow by 3 to 5 times of what their current estimated revenue of 2023 and what we are expecting to go it 2030. This is what we can say as the short-term goal of India as of now for the revenue side to reach by 10 trillion economy by 2030 as such. Now if we talk about the specific few industry verticals, let's say about the auto components. As I told earlier that auto components demand are increasing because of the proficiency and efficiency to be increased on the vehicle side, and that's where the requirement of sensors, electrical and electronic components have increased compared to the earlier IC engines. So when we compare it with even the electric vehicle side, we could see that almost 1.5 times BOM has increased in EV, and the particularly electronic and electrical components have increased by 2 times compared to the earlier vehicles. So that helps in increasing the auto component side, what we say. Also, we have seen the trend of SUV growth at 15 to 40% because we have seen the recent trend is moreover on the SUV side, mini SUV, coupe and different models are coming in that range, and that is capturing the more market compared to the earlier hatchback and sedan side. So now we are seeing more SUVs on the road compared to the other vehicles, and that is actually going for the increase in the market by 15 to 40%, what we can say. And suspension, braking and interior exterior components are as per the requirement, so that is also helping to auto components market to increase on this side. Moving towards the robotics, so India ranks 8th as per the current position of on the robotics side. when we talk about already the automation has been deployed on medical devices, supply chain and manufacturing side, on the automotive component side also. And the where we are seeing the growth coming is like if we see there are now robots helping the medical professionals for different surgeries and components and other things on the medtech devices and then chemical industry and semiconductor industry. And mainly the key technology which is helping them on the key technology driving, that is cloud and edge computing and then IoT and then virtual twins and cyber security. These all are the factors behind the automation and robotics which are helping this industry to grow further. Moving towards the electric vehicle side, we already are seeing that EV has become a trend and already we are seeing year-on-year increase of 20%. We are expecting by 2030 that the 20% of the vehicles would be EV on the road, and on the heavy commercial vehicle we are expecting that to be more than that at 30 to 35%. Also, as we are seeing the demand for local battery production and various R&D and development is happening on the molecular as well as cellular level on the battery side. So that is also happening in India, and now Make in India on the battery side is also at a large scale with the chemical cell as well as the schemes which are government is helping to do the local battery production, what we say. So overall the India capacity is 75 gigawatt what we are seeing at the battery capacity as of now. But along with it also there was a concern when we talk about the recycling of the battery which is currently produced. So even now that is also being in focus, and now they are also working on how the battery would be recycled other than only in the battery production of EV batteries. Now this is what we can see as the short-term goals of 2025 to 2030 from India. So it has to become a third largest economy. As of now, it's already on the same pace, we can say that it will become. And the revenue would be, on the economy side, it would be $10 trillion economy, which is along with the third largest economy, it has to be there. With the current GDP, can say as a steady rate and modest what we are seeing, that goal should be reached sooner. With the 6 to 7% GDP what we are seeing, that should be reached sooner other than before 2030 also it could be possible. Also now, since we are focusing mainly on the manufacturing, we are expecting manufacturing to give 25% of the overall GDP, to contribute of 25% of the overall GDP. And if you see this case, then cloud computing market would be expected to rise by 17.2% at CAGR up to 2034. So this is the estimation and the current what we are seeing the trend, and as per the estimation by the market and the survey, it is supposed to be at 17.2% at CAGR for the cloud computing market. Now, I guess this slide is the most motivating for all of us, and obviously it needs contribution from each one of us if we want to make a manufacturing powerhouse as India, and by the turn of the century. The turn of the century as in it is about the independent century when we are seeing this as a long-term goal by 2047. Now we all know about this few of the programs and which we are really helping the industry or the manufacturing sector to invest and grow in the market. If we talk about Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Skilled Workforce, Skill India, Atal Innovation Center, and also now we are seeing the trend moving towards AI, and since we are speaking since morning about the same, so we are seeing that this kind of programs are going to help us with the help of, and these are going to help us to do business easily in India and then attract FDI in manufacturing, domestic production to be boosted as well as the exports has to be increased, and availability of skill force would be the most mattered when it comes to the current trend or the requirement of the market as per the roles and the needs. Now, since we are talking about the centurion goals of the independent century of 2047, what is majorly required to achieve the same? I mean, that's a dream we are going to see, but how to achieve that dream is also would be required at this pace. So when we talk about if the 8% GDP growth for the next decade would be there, and so we can reach about 19 trillion economy by that same pace. If we are going with the same growth and the expansion and the planning what we are thinking of, then there would be a 90 million jobs available by 2030 with the manufacturing powerhouse to be developed in India, and accordingly the 600 million jobs by 2047. raising income by sixfold. So basically, if we see the per capita, if it is today around 2,000 to 3,000, we are expecting that to increase by 6 times, and it reaches by 12,000 per capita, which obviously would be a, I mean, obviously everyone is expecting the same for their own income. So if you want to achieve this dream, there would be a must-have for all the digitalized, matured companies who should have some must-have so that they can contribute, we can contribute to achieve the same goal. So if we talk about the first must-have, the leadership commitment. So all the digitally matured companies or the adopting companies, their leadership team has to adopt this. They should have a clear vision. They should be able to allocate the resources. They should allow their skilled or the workforce to learn from the failures and accordingly do the innovation. So this is what the first thing is very much required when it comes to digitalization, adoption and achievement. The next is continuously upskilling of workforce. So skilling and upskilling is what we can see that it's a continuous process. So it depends on what is the requirement of the roles and the needs, and accordingly if you say, then the skilled workforce will be developed accordingly. So there has to be continuously training, then e-learning, then various different things like simulation and process and workshops, which are going to help us to achieve the skilling and upskilling things for workforce. Robust digital structure. What we see as if the companies are digitalized, they have adopted the digitalization, we always see that they have the process properly in line for all the departments, seamless, enabling the data workflows, and it helps them to make the decision quick rather than if there is not a alignment in between the departments. So for this kind of things, they are already invested in IoT, AI, and different kind of PLM, PDM process for the workflows management. Next thing is digital talent acquisition reskilling. So we keep seeing that the data or the knowledge keeps changing every day. So obviously for that there are the digital workforce or the Skill India, what we are talking about, the programs, which gives you the resources who are on the current trend and who would be helping the latest technology to acquire and adopt and implement. So that is what very much required, that the companies has to be in line with the educational institutes or different kind of centers where they will get the such kind of workforce. The next is flexibility, which is very much required in this kind of trend and utilization of the digitalization particularly. Now if, as we said, we are talking about the dream to achieve. So obviously for that sustainability, digitalization, innovation, everything is required. But also the utilization of resources at a wise way is required. So anything which can be uncertain or the odds are uncertain at the initial level, where we can avoid any kind of failures at the later stage after the production. So we should be doing that with the help of different, like if you say predictive maintenance of the equipments. So that is very much can be done with the help of any kind of uncertainties, odds are in advance if you know. Similarly, controlling, and then if there are any failures or any kind of life cycle management has to be done. If you know it in advance before the actual production, you can save the resources, you can be there at the desired time, and you can actually utilize the resources and save the cost as well. So all these things comes along with the physical twin, or we can say digital twin, either means which can be replaced, which can replace the physical twins particularly. So digital twins can help you to achieve the same kind of results with the saving the resources, time, cost, and everything. Now, I guess you all know probably by this that SolidWorks has completed their 30 years. So it's like it was born in 1995, and since then it is now helping 7 million users or engineering people to do day in, day out for their engineering activities. And since then, SolidWorks is trying to hear from the requirement of the industry, trends, verticals, and they are trying to make sure that the any kind of adoption or any kind of technology which is required by the market is being adopted in them. So and along with it, as the bold vision of Dassault Systems on the 3D Experience platform, we have seen that it also has emerged with the SolidWorks capabilities to bring the cloud, and it has become now a part of almost 500 conglomerate companies to adopt and have become the business backbone for them. So we are seeing that the 3D Experience platform is being adopted at a large scale, and it is being utilized at the higher level. And just not the 500 top companies I am talking about, even the SMB and MSME sectors are now having along with design, they have the cloud platform on their side, which is helping them to some activities on the different PDM or PLM kind of things at their day in, day out activities. So before my colleague joins in, Sagar, and he would be taking you through the beautiful presentation of the interesting presentation of the AI. SolidWorks has now come up with the emerging trend of AI, what we can say, in their latest version. And that's what Sagar is going to tell you. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the next presentation.
Thank you, Abhishek. Good morning, all. Good morning and welcome to Innovation Day, SolidWorks Innovation Day. And I really thankful Beacon to welcome us, me and Abhishek, over the stage to represent Dassault Systems SolidWorks brand. Most of you are aware, we have seen since last 30 years, we are upgrading our systems, our ecosystem day by day, month by month, year by year. And we have seen this success into the product development, product knowledge, and in your day-to-day work life. What Naina sir have showcased in his early, like in 95s, how the hardware they were working on, and still we are increasing, still we are going to AI type generation, where we are using our SolidWorks in perfect way. So in this section, what we are going to see how we are powering our next leap with the help of SolidWorks and with the help of AI, artificial intelligence in SolidWorks. So I'm Sagar Gajan and Kashid representing India, West and East. Earlier you have given nice introduction of me. Thanks for that. So I'm representing SolidWorks and 3D Experience Works portfolio with Dassault Systems, and I'm taking care of Maharashtra till Calcutta, middle of India, for this particular aspect. So today what we are going to see here, something which represents from SolidWorks side and how this AI will help us out a day-to-day life of an engineer. Most of you, before going ahead, just let me know how many of the presenters are from the design side, from the, I can say from they are using SolidWorks. Mostly, almost 60, 70, 80% of people, they raise hand. Thanks for that. So, just Abhishek also mentioned one thing about 3D Experience, SolidWorks, 3D Experience platform. How many of you know about what is 3D Experience? Anyone? What is 3D Experience? SolidWorks, everybody, most of you are using, right? So what 3D Experience platform, what we are going ahead, so what we know till now is SolidWorks you are using as a 3D CAD. But 3D Experience platform is nothing but this is a complete ecosystem. This ecosystem will enable your engineers, you, not our engineers, all you, the stakeholders, which can support to exchange this information between the groups, the way you are using, working, and of course this platform makes it possible to connect multiple tools, multiple departments, teams, data, and of course the processes. Very important aspect, the processes. Why? We call it as an PLM, we call it as an PDM. Both are the different terms. So it comes under a one digital roof, one point of contact. So of course I'll reiterate this point, SolidWorks is not only the 3D CAD, it is more than that. What we are going to use is from the PLM side as well as from the PDM side. And let us see, during this day, what we are going to see is complete ecosystems, how SolidWorks is using platform and helping you out. With this, you must aware how SolidWorks is one of the brand of Dassault Systems, all these 12, 13 brands over here. Those are representing complete Dassault Systems. And role-based system is now available with the 3D Experience platform. You can use and leverage this ability to use multiple roles from the SolidWorks, CATIA, maybe Innovia, Delmia Works. We have a separate session on Delmia Works as well today. So again, how we are leveraging this ecosystem with this. Not only the brands, these brands are working with multiple number of customers, what industries, what we can say. These 11 industries, what we are representing our Dassault systems over here. And not only these industries, but the sub-industries also we are working with them. But what we are going to see today here about AI in SolidWorks. Is it real possible? The use of this AI is not new in SolidWorks, right? Can you agree on that? Because what we have seen, one of the important slide from since last 30 years of SolidWorks, since 1995 to 2025, today we are here for 2026 of SolidWorks. So almost every year, Vishal, we have almost more than 200 enhancements, right? Within SolidWorks only. So the features already are available within the SolidWorks to help you out to ease your work day-to-day life. So of course, AI in SolidWorks with using a smarter design, securing your data with the 3D Experience platform, which gives a stronger results. And of course, this is built in SolidWorks itself. So you know and you trust this SolidWorks, and which is powered by AI secured 3D Experience platform, and which will design to make you more efficient and innovative and be competitive in the market with your competition also. During this, what we can see, what problem we are solving, practically speaking, the repetitive work of manual design documentation by the team, the most important aspect. Searching of data within your ecosystem, whoever have worked earlier, how you are searching the data, you are wasting your time on searching that data, and of course, delivering the fastest. You know, right now, what we can see, upcoming is Diwali, right? So we have multiple projects to be given at faster level. Because I'm not working with Dassault systems last 20 years. Last 4 years, I'm working with Dassault systems. Earlier, I worked with R&D only. So I was in that chair since last few years back also. So I know how that pressure of delivering this particular faster, innovating the things, giving it to manufacturing, and getting without your losing your quality. And of course, the last important thing is about the data security. With AI tools, how we are solving this problem. Going ahead, before going to AI, it's again, you can say, the boost I can say nowadays into each and every area. If you are using any software, any platform, any application, AI will come into picture, right? So let us see how the taxonomy of this particular AI will run into picture. If you see the AI is artificial intelligence, it's work like as a human-like intelligence. It will give you the results what humans usually use. But under that, what we are having is nothing but a machine learning. It came by one as a step-by-step process what we can see, which the machine learning work on a data. Sir already have mentioned about how important data we are working. During his presentation, we have seen multiple data, different data we are using. So Naina sir they have mentioned about how it will work. This will help you out finding the patterns about your data, your day-to-day working. Under that, we can see now the deep learning about that data. So whatever we are working on the particular requirement and finding out those patterns, which will help you out your deep learning, and we can help you out with that processing into your ecosystem. And another thing, nowadays we can see about the generative AI. And this is where Dassault systems also working on deep level, where we are using that data, using that human intelligence, using that particular neural network come into picture and working on that neutral data, where we are working our generating this multiple things. I'll give you a small example about generative AI. Most of the Gen Zs are using Instagram, right? Nowadays, not Gen Zs, I can say most of my parents are also using Instagram nowadays also. One thing, while posting your post somewhere on the story or the post, you might have seen there is one Meta AI. Have you seen anyone, have you anyone tried out of it? Anyone have tried out of it? Yes, Samar, you are Gen Z, I know. The thing is, we are just uploading our image on that particular application where we are asking Instagram to change my background. Like if I come here, I take my selfie over here, and if I ask to generate this particular image, change my background to some kind of sea face, it will really give you that output. You can definitely try that. So how it will work? It is working on the complete explicit instructions, the data, what we have with Instagram earlier, that data will work and give you the generative output what we require. In terms of SolidWorks now, what we are going to see today, how it will work and how it is going to have this taxonomy. Going ahead, this taxonomy work about the assistive, predictive and generative, how this AI evolution have been done in SolidWorks. Because entering this generative age, what we require to have is assistive, where assistive will work with the smart automation, which users will use faster. They will use that assistive programs and it will help you out to work your day-to-day work. Work means, I mean, you are updating your day-to-day work fastly. It will assist. What comes with the predictive? AI anticipate with your needs, your suggestion, your requirements, and based on the assistive one, it will again predict what you wanted to see, what you wanted to work on the SolidWorks, and it will give you an output. And you can use that particular application or the feature where we are working on and saving our time. Again, like generative, the third one, it will create your designs, documentations, and of course, not for you, but it will again to save your time. I'll not give more time on this particular because this is the way what we are going ahead in these three buckets, how we are evolving ourselves within the SolidWorks that we are going to see one by one. Now we can see the AI in SolidWorks today. Keeping this particular reference of assistive, predictive, and generative AI into SolidWorks, what we are going to have it within ourselves. A step-by-step process, I'll go one by one. Most of you, if you are on subscription, you are on the latest version, you can find those AI-related applications, the AI-related features within SolidWorks itself, which can assist, which can save your time, which can give a complete few clicks will move your frustration, daily frustration out of this particular 6 examples I can give here. There are few more. I have added 6 important things where you can use this repair sketch relations. You can use the selection accelerators, a driven seal out part D feature, the repairing missing mate, as well as the pattern driven component and auto fastener recognition pattern. You can see there are multiple SW25s, SW25GA, and those are nothing but SolidWorks 2025 updates from last year, already we have started those aspects from the SolidWorks itself. What are those? So if you are going ahead, you can see the first one is about dangling your sketch faster and this particular geometry selection. Somehow someone might lose the dimension and the dimension get tangled. With the help of repair or dangling, and it will completely give you the option for selecting and automatically repair those dangling dimensions. Being a design engineer, we know the value of the dangling dimensions, how the mess they can create. If you have somehow someone deleted some reference, some face, some plane, some axis, unknowingly I can say, while deleting anything, you can delete those things. These things can happen in your day-to-day life, but SolidWorks repair sketch feature relations will give you an access to auto repair those particular relations, and of course, it will accelerate your work. About the smart geometry selections as well, from here as well, if you go and if you wanted to have multiple features about the chamfer, if you want to give a fillet command, it will assist you or it will guide you further that how many of you selections criteria you wanted to think about it. I want to give a dimension of, I wanted to give a particular fillet to number of holes, a number of close holes or may kind of edges. It will assist you for further. Again, one of the important aspect about this particular deep feature that is also available within our, which can quickly make and simplify the model where we can keeping your links. When you are giving your models outside your industry, it will defeature your groups and you can use this particular enhancement from our defeature side, and output of this defeature you can share it with your vendors or maybe your customers where you don't want to give them a complete history of your model. Not only the model, the complete history of your respective models into the ecosystem. When you are going ahead with the missing mates, so it will rebuild a complete lost reference automatically. Again, that like a tangling dimension, it will also help you out to auto repair your mates. So fantastic thing what I have seen since I was using since earlier these particular mates, if go on a hell, we know the value of those mates. It will automatically mates have been applied, and with your multiple configurations also you can use. So this will nothing but save your time. And of course, I usually said if you are saving your time, of course you are saving your money itself, because that time you can give it more than for the your R&D work or innovation work. Again, one more thing what we can see is applying the multiple patterns. So this is also one of the best ever thing I can see. It will assist you the similar kind of dimensions or similar kind of holes if we have. It will give a concentric mates, it will give a respective mates of that particular component, and your fasteners will get auto replaced and auto pattern will be happen, and this seeding of the component will happen. Let's take an example. If you are using this one by one, giving us concentric to axis, giving the flat, and you are adding that one by one, maybe the washer or maybe any kind of hardware. So of course, this pattern-driven component also help you out. And one more important aspect from fastener side as well. When we are using this activity, you are a smart assembly features you are using within the SolidWorks. It will not only assign the particular concentrations, the particularly mates, but it also suggests you what types of mates and what types of pattern what we have used the similar kind of screws or similar kind of washers into our assembly. So again, these assistive tools what we can see within our software or within your ecosystem will again help you out to save our time as well as save our future innovation time, I can say. From this assistive side, we have another section where we can see the predictive one. So how we can predict the particular application within our work, day-to-day work, by using, these are nothing but automatic generative drawings, the command predictor, and the AI fastener recognition and the patterning. We have seen a similar kind of for assistive side also, but where we can predict as well. So since last 2026 upgrade for SolidWorks, this particular automatic generative drawings is available with us, automatic drawing generation. I'll showcase you. Those are using 3D Experience SolidWorks, the cloud version of ours already from SolidWorks 2025 FD01. This facility is at your doorstep already. It's with you already. How it works? You are making one assembly, there are multiple parts. You are simply going there and click on the auto-generate drawing. It will create those drawings along with the standard templates, what you have mentioned. You can see on your right side, the number of drawings have been created within few time. It will automatically put all your views. It will automatically give some section views, your annotations, your dimensions, everything over there. Everything. You can use that particular activity, or you can ask Beacon as well. We can have the course as well on that. We can share those anatomy with you, how it works. Of course, it will save your almost 60-70% of time of your big drawings, okay? So it might be a thing like we have one drawing along with multiple holes. You want to have a different section. You need to work on that, some kind of dangling dimensions here and there if you want. As per your methodology or the process, you can work on that. But this is the fantastic generative drawing creation, automatic drawing creation facility is under AI-driven, used in AI-driven thing. The command predictor. Again, one of the important aspect from the predictive side where the command predictor will learn your workflow and it will suggest about which feature you are using ahead. You can see over here in your tools, the command predictor beta is already available. If you are using, it will predict a complete sign of features what you are using. It will give you no need to go into search bar where I have to go and search about the linear pattern. If you want to give any different kind of features what you wanted to give, other than searching over here or searching from the toolbar, this particular activity, the command predictor beta, is already available within the SolidWorks itself. One more important aspect about the assemblies. Already we have seen about the predictive, and within the assemblies, we have seen the AI fastener recognition and the pattern. How it works. So you are using your day-to-day life. I mean, the designer is really hard having time to get the fasteners, the washers, you can say any kind of fasteners working on day-to-day life. He usually take it from the library. Every time he is giving the mates, but here it will auto repair those components whenever you are changing anything from that. Like we have seen over here, it will predict, it will give you an idea about which pattern have been changed. If you have worked earlier on 4 pattern of any kind of hardware, when you are changing anything, it will recognize that, boss, only 3 patterns are there, we are going to change. And you can use that time or you can use that data further for your ECN or maybe the change management process. I can say, of course, these are the multiple assistive and predictive which can help you out within your day-to-day, already available today within your system. With generative AI, what we can see, this particular image mechanism from 2D to mechanism, from our X design, from our X apps, those generative features are already available within our ecosystem, where you have a picture of a mechanism which can recognize those linkages, or maybe kind of you are uploading an image over here on the plane, like a 4-bar mechanism. It will take a data, it will take those sliders or the elements and automatically apply those right constraints over there. You can see it over here. That is already available with our X design. Our team already have taken and already they have worked on that as well. So again, the engineers can move from their idea from the paper. Of course, we started with idea on the paper itself, but it is already in the picture. It will already accelerate your work, accelerate your design time, and use those mechanisms within your system. One of the generative AI from the auto-generate drawings, that is also already we have seen from that. Those are generating drawings, and not only those, this is again from the generation of those drawings, which will have which will help to save your time as well as work enormously over here. One of the important aspect, how many of you know about Visualize, right? SolidWorks Visualize, you know about it. Now, with this AI-powered rendering about SolidWorks Visualize, now we can have our complete day-to-day work, With this SolidWorks Visualize, now we can have stunning images, the rendered images. Earlier we know we had to work, we had to wait for a time to settle down that particular rendered image within our limited time. But with the help of this AI-powered rendering, it is now so that easy that we are working. And whenever we are, and these are the live taken videos we have been recorded, where if you wanted to rotate that particular component and big assemblies, it is not going to fade up the particular image. And it will give you a complete angle, the rendered image in proper manner. So I can say this global illumination renderer, which deliver you a perfect or the correct information what you want as per your requirement. Even now we are moving towards about the future where simulation as well we are going to use within our day-to-day life, right? So with our help of Simulia, maybe in second half also we have this session on the simulation side, what are the updates and upgrades are available. But by training the complete machine learning model about what you have given, that particular model we can use the simulation data, and SolidWorks will recognize that data and the patterns, the number of patterns what we are working on, what number of patterns we are checking from the simulation side, the iteration, the full analysis, it will done on that particular application. It will connect those dots and it will use that data, use that iterations in multiple times, and we can have this particular ability where we can apply those simulation knowledge itself. And of course, it will train a complete process about validation process. It can also give the differences about what we can work, what we can have our complete ecosystem into the system. Again, the last one, and generative AI from the machining side, from the manufacturing side. Of course, there are multiple options. We have a separate session from the Delmia side where our colleague will give more information, more views on that, where NC programmers, they can use the multiple data about the optimized parameter and reduce their machining time. Of course, it will give you multiple codes, the points where you wanted to use this particular machining data itself. Not only that, now what we have seen, assistive, predictive, and generative design, which is all in SolidWorks today. But now we have one thing, one AI companion within our ecosystem, within our SolidWorks itself, and that is called Aura. So Aura, meet Aura, it's your AI design companion. Aura, we call it as an assistive view to realize your ambitions. So all your SolidWorks, existing SolidWorks on subscription team, you have this Aura with you. Aura will, of course, it is included with your cloud services ready today, and of course, this particular use on your data on the 3D Experience Cloud. Here you can see one example over how it answer your question, how it fixes your issues, how it guide you a complete ecosystem. Where I have some specification over here. I have copied that particular section and I ask Aura to give me summary of this particular documentation, what I can use. Of course, it will give you an idea about, it will summarize how the AI work, and Aura will give you the information based on your data. Again, I come into the point where Naina sir mentioned about it work on your data. So it will read it out, it will give a complete ecosystem within your way of working. Another thing from the built-in foundation where PLM and PDM ecosystem is available within our system. And again, that is available with you. If you have not added or if you are not started your cloud services, do add those cloud services with you, because all PLM and PDM ecosystem is available within your available software. Since 2023 onwards, you have that. If you are using latest version of SolidWorks, you will get all those facilities within you, where you can work on your PLM data and PDM data itself. Now we have seen this AI in SolidWorks today with about our assistive, predictive, and generative with multiple features, along with Aura with your design as a design companion. It will nothing but a complete journey of AI with SolidWorks, where you can see the value across each of area today. Whenever you are using any kind of feature, if you are using those features, like Diner sir mentioned about if you are lazy, if you are not doing or if you are not using the latest AI features within yourself, you will be behind the bars, or you are losing your time itself. What we have seen is AI within SolidWorks today. What we can see is now what is upcoming tomorrow. It's most of our R&D team is working on, most of our R&D work on the last, I can say, few upgrades since 23 to now, what we have seen multiple features. But what is there for tomorrow? As we look into the future, imagine you wanted to have a 3D model as a part like a handle. You are asking Aura here to create those 3D models, taking that particular model on your mobile, giving that particular handle 3D, moving it to CAD. It will auto-generate the drawing, it auto-generate the model, and it is ready for your simulation purpose. And you can reiterate those, you can validate those handles within your premises, within your ecosystem. That will also give a complete real world stresses, strain, stress, or whatever the validation you are using, that will give you the performance out of it. These are the upgrades what we are, it's step by step in coming into the picture. Again, if you are having a picture, a mesh is a powerful, where you are using your STL files, you are working on your reverse design, right? Reverse engineering you are working. You have scanned your data, and how it will go and create your drawing or your model, not only drawing, the models with their features, with their assemblies. It will convert a complete STL file. STL file, I hope you know, this is a complete, this is nothing but a data which don't have any kind of features within this. So it will add your complete features to your part model, where earlier we had a complete body, where we have a complete ecosystem from the SolidWorks, and with the features we can use that data. Of course, we are exploring multiple approaches where we can see multiple results within this when we are going ahead. Or if you are having an image, a moving image, where you can work on a complete 3D part, you can sketch it out, you can give the constraints over there on your tab, where you are applying those models, applying those features, applying those dimensioning on the cloud, on your particular model, and use that model further going ahead in your way of working, where you wanted to keep your design intact, right? So, of course, SolidWorks and 3D Experience platform reads each other. So the data will be, the data is talking to each other within your, and you can have a complete creativity within yourself. Again, from the generative side, from the NC shop flow programming, we have a complete, fully governed, I can say, toolpath making, which can create a toolpath automatically. When you are asking Aura over there, it will give an idea about what kind of machining will be happen. This will give, again, your design goes from screen to shop floor with minimal human intervention, where we are again reducing our time to go to market into our system. So these are multiple aspects where we are using this application. Again, from one of the, I am also waiting for this, because whenever you are working on visualize, I can ask Aura, I also mentioned from the meta side, but we are also working on over here. You are asking Aura to create multiple iterations of your rendered images, multiple images capturing, and it will give a complete output of your, whatever as per the description, it will give a photorealistic rendering, and those effects, what you can share it with your customers. So again, future of visualization, we can see AI will turn a complete scenario where your ideas will be, you are creating and you are moving it to our reality itself. So before going to manufacture, you can also have a look on that as well. Not only that, the last one, like Aura will already understand your shop floor layout where you can completely work on that particular assembly what you have effectively, and Aura will completely give an idea about coordinating the geometry, making the simulation, the documentation, and use that data further for your PLM activities. About the creating drawings, about evaluating those design scenarios. Aura will handle a complete workflow from your ECN or whatever the maturity state, what exactly you wanted to use within your applications, and that will going ahead further. And this is nothing but the future what we are building, and of course Aura is evolving as a companion, I can say, because Aura we are involving, Aura we are mentioning about as a companion. It will give a complete assistance, the predictions, and it will generate the images, the output like this. Now, what next? I am almost end of my presentation about what call to action, how we can going ahead. We have taken you a complete journey about how AI will work today, how AI worked earlier, how we are going to for tomorrow. Of course, now it's your turn. Maybe you can start with use the Aura with your existing cloud services. First thing, within that, if you are not activated your cloud services, please connect with Vishal and his team. They are ever ready to do that, and we can start working on your cloud services. Also, you can also check with generating the drawings, the fastener recognitions within the SolidWorks 2025. You can identify the high impact of workflows for the AI adoption, and of course, exploring within your organization how this can help you out for achieving your goals. So with that, I complete my presentation over here. Thank you for listening me. There are multiple options available. Please do connect with Vishal and Beacon team. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sagar and Mr. Abhishek, for presenting it so wonderfully. And as rightly said, the innovations that are happening at SolidWorks is definitely making us stronger, smarter, and truly Atmanirbhar India. With that, we come to our next speaker, but just want to say we are here to find out how the challenges has totally turned into triumphs and success stories. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hear out the success stories. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Amod Soman, who is currently working as Senior Manager Development R&D at CG Power and Industrial Solutions Limited, LT Motors. He is an accomplished engineering professional with extensive experience in tool design and manufacturing, CX applications, product lifestyle management, CAD automation, and API programming. Over the years, Mr. Amod, he has contributed his expertise to renowned organizations like Mahle and continues to play a key role in advancing R&D excellence at CG Power. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Amod Soman on stage. Let's clap for him, everybody.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. And today this is the best platform for me to share our success story and appreciate and SolidWorks' role in our success story and the PLM software that we are using, Innovia PLM. And it has been pivotal role in our product development process. Let me go through with the presentations and unfold our success story and the journey so far. So we are CG Power and Industrial Solution. Today I'm representing CG Power and LT Motors division. So let me go through introduction of CG, and this is a CG at a glance. So CG is headquartered in Mumbai. Earlier, you know, Crompton Greaves, that is the name of the company which was in everybody's mind. But after 2016, there was a demerger of CG, and the businesses of power, industrial solutions, and railways has been taken over by Murugappa Group. And the new name, which is CG Power and Industrial Solutions Limited. So we have plants in Nagar, we have plants in Goa, in Bhopal, and CG Power is one of the leading industry in capital goods manufacturing. We have over 3,300 plus employees, and CG is market leader in LT motors in India. So we have a major share of LT motors which are sold in India. We also have a global presence with offices in Sweden, plants in Sweden and Netherlands, Dubai. So these are our customers to whom we are providing LT motors, and we are number one in this particular mic working. Thank you. So we are number one in providing LT motors for the industry. So this is CG's product portfolio. So as I mentioned, we are in power systems. Switch gears is one of the product. Then transformers. And industrial systems, where I currently work. LT motors, HT motors, drives. Railways. CG has recently received an order from railways for traction motors in Vande Bharat and other locomotives too. Kindly watch the video. So intention behind showing this video is all the visuals that you have seen and all the 3D models that you see of the motor are created in SolidWorks. And it's a powerful CAD modeling tool, as well as it has a capacity to create such kind of visuals. And we are really happy to share this with you. And our roadmap and CAD PLM integration will be presented next. So when we started this new product development process for the Accelera branded motors, the first thing we did is we collaborated with Beacon, and we installed or implemented the 3D Experience PLM platform. Next thing in the line is SolidWorks Connected, which both of them are kind of, SolidWorks is a native platform for 3D Experience, and it is easy for us to utilize that functionality. Having a 3DX connection like a middleware in between. So 3D Experience is a cloud-based for us, and our ERP system is on premises. So having a middleware helps us to transfer the data seamlessly to the ERP system. We use SAP as a ERP system, and 3D Experience provides functionality to integrate us with the SAP with 3DX connection. So our goal was to transform our product development through this digital design lifecycle management. So we implemented this new 3D Experience platform for our CAD development process. Second was to do some process automation and transform the way we currently build our BOMs in ERP system. So we fully automated it with engineering change management. So now we can upload our data into ERP systems with the facilities that are provided inside the 3D Experience for change management. So this is our system landscape. So we use 3D Experience as a center point for our data PDM and PLM processes. We use SolidWorks as our CAD platform. We have 3ds Sync for integration with ERP, and we have also developed few automations which are integrated into 3D Experience. So we are fully utilizing the capabilities of 3D Experience. So what exactly our product code generator does is, it maintains all attributes and data related to our products, which are LT motors currently, and we will extend similar kind of setup for our other divisions too, that is in planning. Of course, with success stories, there are challenges, and Beacon and SolidWorks, 3D Experience, everything has helped us to conquer this. So we had insufficient visualization and design capabilities earlier, having 2D softwares in use, and certainly SolidWorks gives edge over these 2D softwares. We were lacking the product lifecycle management because the earlier methodology what we followed is creating CAD drawings in some 2D based platform and manually creating entire BOM, which is very tiring and cumbersome and error prone activities also. So there was lack of collaboration. We cannot work concurrently if we have these disconnected systems. And having some other platform would have asked us for a lot of cost, and this cloud-based solution, which has helped us in a way, I will say, on cost effectiveness. So these are some solutions that were given to us by 3D Experience, Beacon, or SolidWorks team. And it's a powerful tool, SolidWorks, and our entire product range, what you have seen in the presentation, is designed completely on SolidWorks. There is no other CAD platform that we have used. So that is how the SolidWorks or integrated with PLM system works. So these are some solutions that we have used, and I have also shown you the custom widgets in app, so you can think of implementing the same kind of solutions for your business processes. So this is where we are currently by utilizing the 3D Experience and SolidWorks as a combined PDP tool. So now we are able to replicate entire CAD structure as a BOM into ERP system. We are able to generate automated part numbers. We are able to transfer data from PLM to ERP systems. All the attributes which are required of any product which are necessary for the downstream applications in the ERP, those are now transferred automatically. We are also transferring attribute from CAD to PLM seamlessly. Visualization was another part where we were lacking. So if we want to share some data with the plant, we were not having any kind of tool to show it to them. So now, at least with nominal, I will say, roles, we are able to do that. So there is no need of like extensive roles which are required in 3D PLM. With some 2 or 3 roles, we are able to manage this. So it is again cost-effective solution for us. And to share data with our suppliers, we can also utilize the facilities or the automations that are available with some roles in 3D Experience. We are able to generate all our CAD data into STEP, which is platform independent, and PDFs, which we can provide to our suppliers. These are some performance indicators where we have achieved some improvements in the design process. So our design cycle times are reduced by 30%. Our product development cost has been reduced by 25%. Our data search times have drastically reduced because it was earlier kept on some kind of a vault type of a system, and which was very cumbersome to find. And now with 3D Experience, we have with 6D search option available, we are utilizing it fully to search our data. There is a error reduction, and because attributes are getting mapped directly from CAD to PLM to ERP, so it's a seamless integration. So a lot of improvements that we have found out on this data transfer and BOM creation. And collaboration efficiency has improved, so we can directly transfer data to ERP now. There is hardly any manual intervention required. So this is the success story of CG, and I highly appreciate SolidWorks platform and 3D experience integrated into our system. Thank you very much.
Mike. Yeah, Amo sir, please be on stage for some time. Yeah. Okay, so thank you, Amo sir, for the great insight that you have given. And it was wonderful to hear your story, your success story, and how you're using 3D Experience platform to, we have seen the results also. So that was really great to see where all you are saving time. Thanks for coming, by the way. We would like to felicitate you with a small gift from our side. So for that, I'll call Mr. Rohan More, our regional manager, on stage. It's a small token of appreciation, sir, from our side.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thanks. Okay, before we break for tea, okay, I have some announcement to make. For all the enthusiast designers, so we have a Model Mania contest, which is running right outside this hall, the hall next to this hall, which is a Gulmohar hall. So anybody wants to try the hands-on, so they can just go and take the challenge. There's a wonderful gift, by the way. Okay, it's a gift from 3D Connection. It's a space mouse. Okay, so the winner, the fastest one, will get this mouse at the end of the day. So you can try your hands on. It's a very challenging model. I've seen it yesterday. I've tried my hands on as well. So I bet you need to look at it with very, very critical eyes. Okay, so best of luck for whoever will be participating in the Model Mania contest outside. So it's in Gulmohar Hall. You can go there. You can contact Mr. Rajneesh. He's coordinating the entire contest, and you can take it. So you can go in breaks. So you don't need to skip the presentations here. So you can go in tea breaks, in lunch break, in another tea break, and you can come back and join the sessions. Okay. Next is, we'll just play the video for this.
The Space Mouse boasts a cutting-edge 3D controller cap, ensuring seamless, fast and precise navigation. Experience simultaneous movement on different axes, empowering you with unparalleled control. Manipulate views easily by using quick view buttons, putting your most used perspectives at your fingertips. Speed up the design process with custom view buttons, allowing you to easily switch between previously saved custom views and accelerating your workflow. Use keyboard modifiers to reduce hand movement to the keyboard, minimizing the need to switch between mouse and keyboard. The programmable function buttons grant instant access to SolidWorks commands. Accelerate your workflow by customizing these buttons, assigning your most used SolidWorks commands for immediate access. Embrace the versatility of these buttons that adapt to your environment as you work. Discover the Space Mouse product line now.
Okay, so that was about the Space Mouse. The winner will be getting that at the end of the presentation. Again, there's another contest which is running. It is a LinkedIn contest. You can scan the QR code. You can take a selfie. There's a selfie booth outside this hall. You can take a selfie of your own with your colleagues, and you can post it on LinkedIn, and you can tag our page. So you can see the page which you need to tag. Okay, so there's a nice prize for this as well. Okay, so you just go outside, take a selfie, tag Beacon's page, and then at the end of the You can write nice taglines at the bottom, okay, and we'll choose best out of it, and there is a good prize for that as well. Okay, so that's it from my side. Maybe I'll give it to Shivani.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Vishal, and thank you for the important information that's been shared here. And to all the people, it's my humble request, please go and participate as much as you can. And now it's time for a quick, short tea break. We'll be back in next 10-15 minutes here, and we'll continue ahead with the next sessions. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll meet you after the tea break. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Sriharsha Sheshanarayana. I am the CTO and the co-founder for Bulwark Mobility. So we are a startup based in India, in Bangalore, and we are into electric autonomous utility vehicles. And during the COVID time, I was back in India, we kind of started doing a little bit of math, trying to understand what does it take to make an electric tractor. It turns out that, that the current tractor technology that is there, all the diesel machineries, they are very expensive to operate and maintain. 50% of the vehicle's cost you would be spending on operations just to run the machine on the first year. Going electric kind of reduces that operational cost by more than 80%. We are trying not only just making machines for farmers cheaper to run, but we are also trying to see how we can automate those repetitive, manually, very boring tasks. So we got into the SolidWorks startup program, and it has been playing quite a central role in our design process. As our team started to grow, we started using a lot more of the SolidWorks cloud as well. 3D Experience platform is kind of bringing all our teams, everyone on board in one area. We wanted to use SolidWorks for what SolidWorks is more famously known for, modeling, right? We started just to test it out, and we started benchmarking it with other well-known FEA packages as well. The SolidWorks simulation worked out really well for us. I would definitely recommend SolidWorks, and definitely would recommend getting into the startup program. The SolidWorks technical support that we got, helping us set up the whole cloud architectures and even help us out with some of these FEA analysis, was quite invaluable. So I would highly recommend anyone trying to start a company, especially hardware-focused company. If you want to run fast and also kind of have the overall experience, try SolidWorks and definitely try the SolidWorks startup program. I don't think you will regret that.
As we are living in the digital world, we are doing a lot of things online. E-commerce is a rampant thing. There are going to be out on road more and more vehicles. And these vehicles, typically when you look at it, either they are too small or they're too large for a job to be done. More than 80% requirements can actually fit on a vehicle which is slightly bigger than a regular commuter vehicles. So we are not just creating a logistics or delivery vehicle, but it's a kind of a business user vehicle focused on doing anything and everything that is possible on a compact vehicle. It's an electric vehicle, so you save a lot of cost from the fuel standpoint. When you're starting doing something which has never been done, you don't have benchmarks. So whatever you do becomes a benchmark. Having a solid software platform becomes imminent requirement for us because we spend thousands of hours actually digital modeling it, thinking it, rethinking it, and again rethinking it.
It should be built tough so that it lasts long, and it should not give a lot of downtime to the user. Secondly, when it comes to electrical architecture of it, there has to be a lot of simulations done to predict its failure, specifically with the control of its temperatures.
We started working on SolidWorks from the day one. And as we progressed, we understood that we need a much more faster integrated tool. With the 3D Experience Works, all of those challenges just went away like this, because it has been so cohesively integrated that you never even realize that you are playing between a design and a simulation very seamlessly.
So the engineer knows all the critical aspects of the design. Then he pushes it towards the production guys to release the drawings, and the management has a very good control over the timelines of the deliverables.
First thing that we achieved out of the 3D experience platform was the reduction in the weight of the structure itself, 30%. Second most amazing thing that we achieved was leveraging the CFD for getting the aerodynamics right. Third thing that we also improved is the battery thermals.
I have seen a very strong correlation between the simulation results and the physical models, and this gives a lot of confidence for me to trust onto the simulations once the correlation is established.
For any large manufacturer to build a vehicle, they will easily put in about $10 million to about $15 million. We did that in $1 million. I'm not saying that cost cutting, I'm saying that it's cost efficient. Leveraging a right software platform becomes the most integral part of it. And that's what, when we invested into the 3D Experience Works platform, that has been one of the best investments that we have done. I love 3D Experience platform because it is helping push Quargos into the future of mobility.
Okay. Yes, my friend.
Premier is a grassroots company of local people, some of the best engineers I know, and they use SolidWorks.
When it first came out, it was much easier to use than other solid modeling type packages. I think it continues to be that way. The menus are intuitive, easy to understand. You don't have to be that expert user to take advantage of a lot of its features. If you are that expert user, it has those, but you can operate at that entry-level user and do really well. It's important to have a package that you can be efficient at with minimal training and minimal seat time on the modeling.
One of the machines that we use SolidWorks to design is our medium drill. The medium drill is used to put in utility cables for phone lines, electrical lines, fiber optics throughout the world. It is a very complex machine with a lot of hydraulics and electrical on board, a lot of features to help the drillers make good decisions, whether it's water or sewer lines. And we use SOLIDWORks for the entirety of that design. There's no other CAD for mechanical design here at Vermeer.
There's so many other little parts of the SOLIDWORks that we integrate with as far as doing structural analysis. Being able to do multiple configurations, I think, is nice. Weight was a big issue for us. We had to maintain a certain max weight. It had the weight distribution on the semi-trailer versus the tires. And we had to move the center of gravity around.
It's so fun to be able to show a concept to someone who's not in front of SOLIDWORks every day to try to explain to them maybe how a part fits together. You can quickly show them any of those parts. You can show them the inside of the part, you can show them the back side, you can rotate around a little bit, you can communicate faster, get on the same page.
One of the advantages of working with SOLIDWORks is our ability to reuse components throughout many different models of drills. And many of those components can be reused from one drill to another. Take an idea from one drill, size up the geometry with SOLIDWORks' parametric modeling, it speeds up your process, but you change the part once, and it propagates that change throughout the assembly models that part is used in.
When we make these changes, we reduce design cycle times, which reduces cost, and we
All right, people, it's time that we resume our SolidWorks Innovation Day 2025. I request everybody to please settle down. We're going to be starting in next 2 minutes.
Empower your designs with a combination of
All right, people, welcome back to the SolidWorks Innovation Day 2025. I hope so far so good. Yes? Have an exciting day. Lots of lot to share. Okay, so now before we begin our next sessions, before we begin the exciting news that I have here, I have something very fun thing to do for all of you. And for that, I request everyone in this hall to please stand at your places. Everyone, yes. Gentlemen, ladies, please. People in the back, if you can hear me, I request everyone to stand up. Thank you. All right. Now, just turn sideways. Turn to the person sitting next to you, standing next to you. Just turn to him. Yes? Can we have one partner for this gentleman here? People at the back, just turn sideways to the next person who is standing next to you. Done? Okay, give them a high five. Give them a partner, high five. Lovely. Okay, how do we do high fives? We do up in the air, okay? So as I count 3, 2, 1, you do give a high five up in the air. 3, 2, and 1. Lovely, great. Okay, so now what you have to do is just clap once with both your hands, okay? Yes, to your partners. Yes, just once, just once. आप लोग को तो काफी मजा आने लगा है मुझे लग रहा है. But on the count of 3, 2, 1, clap once. Come on. Yes. Okay. वापस से instructions देती हूँ. जो भी आपके पास में खड़ा हुआ है, आपको दोनों हाथ से उसको high five देना है ऊपर. Done? Okay? On the count of 3, 2, 1, go for it. Lovely. And now we do a rhythm, which is 1, 1, and ऊपर 2. Done? ठीक है? हाँ. Let me do the countdown. 3, 2, 1. 1, 1, and ऊपर 2. Great, great, perfect. Sir, आप आगे आ जाएं, please. आप दोनों बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं. Please, can I have both of you up front? Please, please. Let our audience have a little demo, and we will do this very quickly. Okay. So as I say, 1, 1, 2. Sir, एक बार करके बताएं सबको, please. Sir. 1, 1, and 2. Great. That's how we have to do, okay? People together, let's do this. 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. Faster, come on. 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. And let's clap together, everybody. Come on. Thank you so much. Be seated, everyone. Okay, now I think we are all set to begin. I resume. There's a lot of cardio that we have done, but on that note, I have really something very exciting to share. So I want everyone's attention right here onto this stage. There's some exciting segment of the entire day that's happening right here. Ladies and gentlemen, your eyes right onto the stage, and here we go. Can we please have the video on the screen, everybody?
Innovation begins with a dream. In 1995, SOLIDWORKS was born, a revolutionary vision transforming design, putting the power of 3D into every engineer's hands. Our vision has always been clear: to empower innovation, foster collaboration, and inspire the future of design. For 30 years in India, we've grown together, driven by your passion, guided by your dreams. As India stepped into a new millennium, SOLIDWORKS became a catalyst, fueling creativity, empowering dreamers, and shaping growth.
Namaste. This year, SOLIDWORKS celebrates 30 incredible years. And as someone who grew up in India and found my way into engineering through curiosity and passion, this moment feels very personal.
Manish, namaste. Manish, I still remember that visit to your village. What was it, 7 or 8 years ago, right?
Yeah, and I had to show you where it all began for me, right? We ate freshwater fish, visited the local school, and you even drove a tractor through fields, right?
Yes, I did. I think I want to try it again. Maybe you have a more recent model of the tractor. Anyway, that was unforgettable, to be honest. I've been in many places in the world, as you know, but that day, feeling the warmth of the people, meeting those bright eyes kids, dreaming of becoming engineers, that was something else, or completely something different. That's when I truly understood why India is so important to SOLIDWORKS.
Thank you for being an esteemed SOLIDWORKS customer, and thank you for this entire ecosystem who have been supporting SOLIDWORKS for the last 30 years. Today, as we talk, SOLIDWORKS is not only a pure design tool. Today, SOLIDWORKS encompasses the additional applications in the area of the validation, the data management, manufacturing, and marketing and communications. Today, the SOLIDWORKS have gone into the next level, which is the need for the industries. As we celebrate the 30 years of SOLIDWORKS, we encourage you to discuss with our team, with our partners, with our community, to understand the new future of SOLIDWORKS, which is our 3D experience SOLIDWORKS, and the future of SOLIDWORKS in all our series, which is happening across the country.
From groundbreaking 3D CAD to seamless cloud collaboration, our innovations changed industries. Meanwhile, in India, SOLIDWORKS grew with you, empowering businesses, startups, students, and educators. SOLIDWORKS enables Indian startups to dream big and build bigger. Cargos redefines urban cargo mobility. And Bulwark Mobility creates India's autonomous electric tractors for sustainable farming. Our real strength lies in people, customers, and partners who believed in us. Growing from a small group to thousands, we are a community of innovation. WA Corp creates smart next-gen water purification and hydration stations for India's industrial sector using SOLIDWORKS. Migma Pactron developed cost-effective snap-fit automotive interior components for commercial vehicles, all powered by the precision and speed of SOLIDWORKS solutions. Our story resonates beyond technology, inspiring education, igniting innovation, making headlines, and shaping India's future. Over 1,300 institutes and 290,000 students and educators empowered. SOLIDWORKS nurtures India's next generation of innovators. For 30 remarkable years, SOLIDWORKS has grown with you. Thank you for your passion, trust, and innovation. Together, our best days lie ahead. This 30-year journey has always been about you. Your dreams, your creativity, your dedication make this milestone truly meaningful. Innovating for 30 years, creating tomorrow today. Together, let's design a future without limits.
And that's the beautiful journey of SolidWorks. For the past 30 years, we've been diving deep and bringing out new features and keeping up the legacy this time as well. We have new features and innovations of SolidWorks 2026. And to take us through this powerful session, please join me in welcoming the Beacon technical team, Mr. Sachin More, pre-sales lead, Mr. Sama Singh Kanvikal, Senior Pre-Sales Application Engineer, Mr. Mohsin Khan, Senior Simulation Application Engineer, Mr. Supreet Hosur, Senior PDM Application Engineer, and Mr. Srutik Bhume, Senior PDM Application Engineer. Over to the team as they showcase how SolidWorks 2026 continues to redefine and redesign innovation and collaboration.
Hello, good morning everyone. I am Sachin More, SolidWorks expert.
And I am Samasya Khanvilkar, 3D experience expert.
Okay, so today we are going to take us to the what's new features in new SolidWorks 2026. So before that, let me tell you, every idea in your mind turning into reality quickly and clearly, that is what SolidWorks does it for you. But let's be honest, who wouldn't want the less cluttered drawings and fewer mistakes in the drawings and the faster time to do the 3D modeling and more time to focus on what really matters to the business and your design. So today I'm going to show you the new features and how these features are going to make it easy for you. So let's go ahead. So to demonstrate the what's new features, we are going to use this 3D model of Vermeer horizontal drilling machine. This machine weighs around 22,000 pounds and gives a thrust of 28,000 pounds. It is actually basically used for installing the fiber optic lines, power cables and other utilities. And that it does it without even trenching. So it helps to lay the utilities under the roads, bridges, sidewalks with a minimal disruption, which makes it a perfect example of precision engineering. And before we start, I would like to mention one more thing here, that between the last version of SolidWorks, which was 2025, and this year's new version, which is 2026, between this 1 year, we have also released 420 improvements throughout the year. So let's move to the main agenda, and first we'll take a quick look at the highlights of the 2026. So these are some of the highlights. So we have accelerated design workflow in 2026. We have precision filtering. We can do the design variation with governance. So let's see how 2026 highlights looks like. So we have here selective loading. Generally, working with large assemblies can often be challenging. Many times what we do, we end up loading the parts which we don't need to work on. So it takes a lot of systems memory and keeps our SolidWorks busy. But now in SolidWorks 2026, we have a lightweight 3D experience browser application where you can select the parts that you want to work with. You just select the parts in the graphical area and save that as a filter selection. And furthermore to that, you can directly drag and drop that selection into the SolidWorks and start working on it, so that it is going to save you a lot of time and the parts will be loaded in the SolidWorks, only those parts which you want to work on. And more to that, we can also isolate the multiple combinations of assemblies, and we have different options for that. We can isolate and filter by custom properties, by maturity states, or even by volume, which allows you to focus only on the relevant parts. And next to this, it is going to help us in creating the multiple combinations of the sub-assemblies. And furthermore to that, these saved filtered combinations can be used to create the drawing documentations also, so that your drawings and your documentation will be aligned with the intended content. Okay. So these were some of the highlights. Now let's move to the first section of the enhancements, which is parts. So we have enhancements in base flanges, break corners, delete with equations, structure systems, catalyst properties, reference points, and bounding boxes. So let's see each one of them live in SolidWorks one by one. So generally, until now, we could extrude the base flange only from the sketch plane. But now in 2026, we can extrude this base flange by an offset option. And we can offset this flange with a specific distance, or by a vertex, or by a surface, plane, or a particular sketch. Let's move to the next one. So break corners. Breaking external corners has always been there in SolidWorks. But now in 2026, we have a more advanced option with that. You just have to go to the break corner feature and click on collect all the corners. It will automatically detect all the corners that you want to remove the sharp edges. And now we can select the internal corners too. So within a single click, that operation will be done. Next is delete equations. Generally, equations are used in sketches and parts to create the links and conditions between the sketches and the parts. But when we delete these sketches, it gives an error in the feature tree, and the equations starts dangling. But now, with the new SolidWorks 2026, when we delete the sketch, we have now new option, or I would say a new checkbox, where when I click on delete, I will have a checkbox to select the delete equations. So let's say I right click on delete. So I have a new option here, delete equations. So when I delete by this option, what happens? It does not give any error in the SolidWorks feature tree, and the equations do not dangle. Structure system. Structure systems has always been the fastest way to create the welded structures. Also, it has been a lot easier to apply the corner treatments. But now in 2026, more advanced, or I would say newer, for a complex corners, we have a new tab here. So in this, when we select the complex corners tab, we have a brand new graphical pane, or where we can choose the multiple combinations of the corner treatments. So this gives us to resolve the complex type of corner treatments. Next one is catalyst properties. Catalyst properties is one of the important thing while generating the bills of materials, because catalyst properties is one of the important for a fabricator or the PPC team who creates the material quantity. But now in SolidWorks 2022, you don't need to have any workaround to add the catalyst properties. In the part itself, you can add the catalyst properties like the cutlet length or descriptions and so on. Next is reference points. Reference points are there to provide the specific precise location in the graphics area or the 3D space. But earlier, till now, it needed a geometry to define the reference point. But now in 2026, we can define the reference point by using the custom coordinate system with the XYZ values or XYZ coordinates, you can see. So here, I can easily put the XYZ coordinates and my reference point is ready. And then I can use these reference points to create a path, and this path can be used for features like sweep. Next one is bounding boxes. Bounding box is nothing but a smallest possible volume box for a particular object. But sometimes we don't know which one is the smallest. But now here we can create, in 2026, we can create the custom bounding box by using a custom coordinate system with the values of X, Y, Z direction. And furthermore to this, when I update the part, let's say I have multiple configurations of the part. Here you can see, let's say if I change the part to different configuration, you can see the bounding box gets updated automatically. So these were the enhancements and the highlights from 2026. For the next section, I would like to take over, I would like to call the summer.
Sachin, those corner treatments should really help designers like me. Also, for audience, I have one announcement. Please do listen to this announcements carefully because we are having great gifts after this. We will select winners by the quiz that is just going to happen after this session. So please do listen this carefully. Thank you. Now let's move ahead with the assembly, where now we have all new cosmetic change indicator. And also the tables are rendered more quickly and fastly. For the non-library fasteners, now we have, of course, AI. Let's see all this inside the SolidWorks user interface. While changing the assembly, we often make cosmetic edits, like adding, removing the sketches, or let's say applying appearances, decals, etc., etc. Now, the all-new enhancement will mark the assembly for the cosmetic changes, so the assembly doesn't need to be saved. This will save a lot of time. These edit supports like, let's say, adding a reference geometry, modifying it, adjusting it, creating sketches, adding the decals and appearances. All these features, unless and until doesn't drive the downstream features, will not mark the file for save. Even if you are working in context or as a separate part, this will work, keeping your workflow as it is. Also, modifying the dimension without actually confirming it, still not mark the assembly for save. So you will save more time while saving the assembly. Now, the tables are also rendered more quickly with adjustable columns and automatic text wrapping. For sub-assemblies, the reference display state can be toggled on and off by the drop-down menu. Here, the global hide and show also works fluently. And now the configurations are actually handled much more in a simpler way. Double-clicking an item will add it into the list. And of course, previously there was suppressed by default, but now configuration and fix can be toggled on or off by simply deleting or adding it by checkbox. SolidWorks Toolbox is a great tool, but not every company uses it. We have now AI recognition for non-library components, where they can place and mate by just simple drag and drop. Even parts from supplier website or the library which you are having on your desk can be simply dragged and dropped, and the AI will place the fasteners in the place without having any mate references. So these were the enhancements in assemblies. For drawings, over to Sachin.
Thank you, Sama. Those were really powerful enhancements from 2026. So let's move to the next section, which is drawings. So in drawings, we have the set of enhancements is auto-generate drawings, magnetic lines for the annotations, break dimension lines, custom text in GD&T frames, and surface finish indicators. So let's see one by one live in SolidWorks. So auto-generate drawings. So now you can use the power of AI. In the earlier presentations from the Sagar Kashid from Dassault Systems, you might have seen a lot of things about AI. So this one is one of the part of the AI you can see. So you can use the power of AI to create the drawings automatically. So in 2026, you just have to select the number of parts they want to generate the drawing and click on auto generate drawings. And the best part of this is the process will run at the background. And on the right hand side, you can see it will show you the status. Once all the drawings are generated, you can open each one by one and you can do the final edits, or if you want to put any notes in the drawing, that can be done and your drawings are ready. So this is again going to be a very time-saving feature for you. Next one is magnetic lines. Magnetic lines were first introduced in SolidWorks 2012 to arrange the balloons. And but now in 2026, you can use these magnetic lines to arrange and organize the annotations, welding symbols, or GD&Ts. So you just have to drag and drop the annotations on the magnetic line, or you can drag or pull over the magnetic line on the annotations. Either way, you can achieve this. So this will, make your drawings more organized and it will increase the readability of your drawings. Next one is break dimension lines. Generally, when the drawing is there with a lot of dimensions, it looks little cluttered. But to solve this problem in SolidWorks 2026 has introduced a dimension break lines. Here, what you need to do, you just have to select the dimensions which are intersecting with each other and just select the break dimension line feature. It will automatically break wherever it is intersecting. So this will dimensions look less cluttered and look well organized, and drawings clarity will be increased. Next one is custom text in GD&T frames. Now, in GD&T frames, earlier we could enter only the values in the range field, but now in 2026 we can enter the attributes or like a letters in the range field, and after that, if you want to give a particular range or the tolerance to that particular attribute, you can add it below the frame. So this is going to be useful in special design cases. Next one is surface finish indicators. In SolidWorks 2026, we have now a latest standard available, which is, you just have to go to the document properties and surface finishes. So here we have ISO 21920-1 standard. When we select this, quickly you just have to search for the surface finish symbol, add the symbol and add the datum to it, and place it wherever we want to give the surface finish indication. So these were the enhancements from the drawings. Let's move to the next section, which is MBD DIM Expert. So there are a couple of enhancements in MBD. First one is hide show DIM Expert annotations in parts and assemblies, filter DIM Expert annotations. So first one is hide show DIM Expert annotations. Like how we hide show parts in assemblies, similarly now we can hide show DIM Expert annotations, like these dimensions which are created, we can hide and show. It is quite simple. You just have to select the feature and select the dimensions. It will gray out and disappear. Similarly, if you want to show it, you just have to go the other way around. So again, this will give you a more control on what dimensions you want to show in the drawing and what you want to hide. Next one is filter annotations. So we have a new tab here under the DIM Expert, which is a filter tab. You can just easily enter any type of text and find the annotations and dimensions. And furthermore to that, you can go ahead and isolate the set of annotations or dimensions. So again, that is going to be very useful. So these were the announcements from MBD and DIM expert. Let's move to the next section, which is render. Samar, over to you.
Yeah. Sachin, actually, the auto-generated drawing will save a lot of time for someone who is creating the repetitive work by doing the repetitive work by generating the drawings. Now let's move ahead with the routing, where now we have improved coverings command and also the auto-guided sketch route. And also while switching between templates now is simpler and faster. Let's see all this inside the SolidWorks user interface. The hydraulic hoses requires protection from pressure and environmental conditions. Those coverings can be modeled directly inside the route command. And with the command, we can actually apply the material from the library and also apply the thickness. The similar way, we can add the additional layers. And these layers can be reordered, reorganized, and removed at any point of time, giving you the flexibility. And once the setup is ready, we can save this as a favorite to save the work and rework. Now this favorite has been created. Let's apply this favorite to the 4 hoses. Now this will save me a lot of time, also the rework, and most importantly, accurate cost tracking it will give. Moving ahead, of course, we all know the ability of the auto route functionality, but now it has been improved much more, where while we create a auto route to using an from to list, now auto guided guideline sketch can be used, which is actually generated at a assembly level. So it can be in context with the assembly to avoid the interferences. Now traditionally we will select the points and adjust the spline. Now it's not needed. The route wires will be more compliant and error free, as you can see, especially for the larger assemblies. While generating the flattened route drawing, we often run out of space due to the scaled views, annotations, tables, etc. Traditionally, we will resize the ratios, we will shift some tables, but as you can see, it is tedious work. With all new SolidWorks 2026, now we have option to auto resize and auto ratio the views, tables, etc. So there will be only minor adjustment needed. And this is a really great tool to avoid rework and resize of the sheet, and this will work across the sheet sizes. These were the enhancements in routing. Now let's visualize the enhancements in the render section, where we have all new DSPBR also for SolidWorks CAD. And now we can, of course, render from SolidWorks user interface only. And the Stellar Faster mode is now also available for the AMD GPUs. DSPBR actually brings really great visuals to your product. The library has been updated, and yet it is as simple drag and drop. It is fine-tuned by adding the lightings and also the normal maps. Upon addition, we can also add roughness map to it to more fine-tune it. This customization is needed for your product to render faster. Actual benefit of DSPBR is that it can be imported directly inside Visualize. And as Visualize now can be accessed directly inside SolidWorks user interface, you just need to pick a scene, click on add in, and hit render. And once that's done, the render can be generated right inside SolidWorks user interface. It's finally here. We all know Stellar Faster mode evolved drastically while adjusting parts, picking up the scenes, adjusting camera angles, and setting up the scene. This works like real-time rendering engine, and it was evolved next by the SolidWorks 2026. It is available for the AMD users as well by enlarging the user interface. So these were the enhancements in render. For UI, UX, over to Sachin.
Thank you, Samar. Those were really beautiful images. Now let's move to the enhancements from UX, import, and performance. I'll quickly wrap it up because we are running short of time. So in performance, we have import models as a background process, improved selection filters, selecting large number of bodies, dismiss messages, and rebuild performance. So first one, this is going to be a game-changing feature. Lot of times we face a problem while importing the step files. You might have, most of you might have faced, it takes a lot of time and it keeps our SolidWorks busy. But in 2026, it's a game-changing feature. We just have to click on the import model option, click on the plus icon and select the step files. And the beautiful part is we can select the multiple step files and it will start running the batch process at the background and you can still use the SolidWorks. So once all the files are opened, it will give you a status in the green tick. Then you can, when you click on open it, it will quickly open in the interface and you'll be able to work on it. So this is going to save your lot of time. Next one is selection filters. We have now multiple selection filters like filter components, wherein within a single click you can select the top level assemblies, or if you select the feature filter, then within a single click you can select the similar type of features, so which makes us very easy to make the edits and changes. Next one is select bodies by size. Here we have a new feature which is select bodies by size. We have to select the percentage, and once we select the percentage, it will automatically detect all the parts which fits into that percentage size and it will automatically select. Then we can run the other operations on it. Similarly, we have a select parts by a volume. We create a rectangular sketch, it will create a volume box, and then within that volume box, whichever part fits, it will automatically select. Next one is dismiss messages. Now in the graphical area, there is a new button or the icon which shows the dismiss messages, and we can also change that setting, turn on and off from the system options. Next one is rebuild performance. Again, this is going to be very powerful because when we rebuild the assemblies, generally it takes time. But now in 2026, you can see it is 30% more faster than the last version. And last one is dynamic scaling. For designers who use dual monitors while using the SolidWorks, so it is going to be very helpful. In this case, you can use the different size monitors for SolidWorks. So these were the enhancements from UX and performance. For the next section, Samar, over to you.
Yeah, of course, after designing, the collaboration between teams is also important. So let's see the enhancements in collaboration, where now we have all new AI companion called Aura, and of course we can save configuration onto the platform as a separate part file. Similarly, we can stamp the drawings with the PLM changes. Now we have, the finally wait is over, we have Aura AI as our companion, which saves our work by, you can say, summarizing the content, let's say wikis, post, question, etc. With one click, you can summarize the whole content. It's not only just the summarization tool, you can access it inside SolidWorks Design. And you can ask natural language question to it. It will answer based on the wikis, question, post, and also the what's new documentation. And these answers are much more relevant and fast. During the change process, approval time, date, name are the most important things. These things can be automatically stamped as the release process or the change process happen. As the approval done the approvals, those stamps will be automatically filled on the SolidWorks drawing, keeping your drawing complete and compliant. Moving ahead, now of course we can save the weldment cut list onto the 3D Experience platform along with your part files. And we have complex deformable products, make them easier. Similarly, with the 3D Swim, of course, now we can collaborate between team members on extra things like projects, bookmarks, issues, etc. While saving the weldment parts onto the 3D Experience platform, you can indicate that I want to save the cut list by publish option. This will publish the cut list along with it. And now, after saving, you can see in the task pane, the similar cut list that has been published will be available to you for the better bill of material management. This cut list can be accessed onto the 3D Experience platform as well for further processes. We often manufacture parts based on the procured items, like this door seal, which is going to be in an installed state in a deformed way. Those deformed components can be now marked, and then at the install state as well, we can connect these procurement part, purchase part with the install state part by simply searching for it and assigning the manufacturer part to the install state part. After this, they share the similar part number. So if you share the part number for one onto the platform, you will get both. So they are interconnected. For the non-CAD documents, the reviews are most important. So we have now automatic routing upon the release. And also, we all know the bookmark capability. It can save files without duplicating it. Now, if you search for a file and you open it, it will reference and you can select which bookmark you want to open. Reviews, dates, approvals are much more important while the release process of the documentation. Now, we have auto routing option while releasing the document. This will trigger a multi-level approval route, and upon approval, the document will be released. Similar to revisions, now we can also add comments to the iterations. And of course, 3D Experience platform now supports smart components so that all your design team will have same library and they can reuse not only just parts, but also the features. Iteration provide better flexibility during the design process. Now we can save the file as an iteration and indicate that we need to create an iteration and also add comment for better visibility. These iterations upon future can also track back. So you can get to the earlier state of your design by just simple click. So these were the enhancements in collaboration. Let's move ahead with electrical, where now we have again improved the part import during the Excel import. Also now we can assign the accessory part onto the terminal and base parts. In previous release, we actually enhanced the import option, but now it has been much more easier because information like wire diameter, wire maximum, minimum wire sizes can now be imported or applied only once, and SOLIDWORKS Electrical will automatically apply it to the other terminals. Let's say after selecting, let's simulate the report, and you can see data loads perfectly. These terminal marks, let's say if I search, clear the filters and I search for it, those imported part, as you can see, will have terminal marks for all of them, even if we have applied only for once. The next enhancement in our component properties, where we now can assign the accessory part to the terminal or the base part. That can be done by simply selecting the accessory part and right-clicking the terminal and hitting associate. Similarly, we can drag and drop the accessory part onto the terminal as well. And the last thing, we can of course right-click and hit the associate. All those things can assign the accessory part to it. Now let's verify it by simply adding a connection label to it. As you can see, upon zooming, the wire termination list shows the part number of the manufacturer part. And of course, finally, the 3D experience, SOLIDWORKS Electrical 3D is here. We have all new role for the electrical 3D and 2D connected. Also, we can route the selected wires separately. As we all know, the data management capability of the 3D experience platform, now those are connected to your electrical design as well. Whether it's a 3D route or your 2D schematic, those can be generated with a connected environment. After the creation or design, the reports that generated by the 2D schematic can be stored along with the library parts onto the platform, so your stakeholders can access those. While routing the wires, we often need to route wires separately. Now that can be done by simply routing the wires and only select the wires that I want to route. Upon this, the wires you select will be get routed as per your need. This will be give you more compliant and error-free design. As you can see, I have routed for P15 to P16, and the wires only selected wires has been routed. If I want, I can go further and route the remaining wires. So these were the enhancements in electrical for PDM. Over to Supreet.
Thank you so much for electrical enhancements. Let's shift our focus on PDM enhancements. The latest PDM search integrates integrated search and easy access of favorites and advanced search cards with exact match and wildcard options. Next, we have the transfer ownership for file synchronization and the enhanced revision information in contents and fair use tab, embedded preview for step and parasolid formats. Next, we have the folder access directly to the subfolders. Named bill of materials can be accessible in web browser. Advanced convert task provides greater flexibility. And now the workflows can also be archived. Let's see how these improvements works in PDM. Here you will notice a new split search button directly within the PDM interface. It gives user to quick access of recent searches. Moving on to the next enhancements, search favorites. User can now enable run search favorite onload option to view the results of their saved searches. Let's talk about the improvements in search cards. User can now fine-tune their searches using exact match or wildcard options, which will make it easier to narrow down the searches directly to a specific file name or broaden the searches, include the multiple matches. Let's talk about the feature that enhances the collaboration transfer ownership. In multi-user environments, keeping the file synchronization across the machines can be a challenge, particularly when the ownership is transferred. A new transfer ownership feature ensures that files remains up to date with the changes made by other users even after the ownership is transferred. Let's move to the revision information. Revision variables are now directly displayed in Contents and Fair Use tab. This enhancement improves the traceability across the assemblies and components. The step and parasolid formats now be previewed directly within the PDM interface. User can quickly inspect the supplier data, neutral CAD formats without opening any external viewers. Next, folder access rights. This feature allows user to navigate directly to subfolders, even if they don't have access to the parent folders. Remote users can now access the named bill of material directly through web browser. A new collapsible panel view makes navigating the BOM cleaner and more intuitive. Let's look at a powerful backend enhancement, the updated convert task. This feature now supports flexible file conversions, integrated version control, and the advanced scripting. That means you can automate the conversions from SolidWorks to PDF or STEP with the required versions and with the applied custom logics. In 2026, administrators can now archive the outdated workflows, which will make it easier to manage the transitions and reduce the clutter. Archiving reduces the accidental use and improves the performance and keep the workflow list cleaner and focused on the current process. Let's look some more enhancements, like category properties are now default to file path condition for easier categorization rule. A new login warning if the user is already logged in into an administration tool on another machine. Then active directory sync shows in progress indicator for better visibility and troubleshooting. A new login progress indicator gives user better feedback during the authentication. Web folder browsing is now up to 13 times faster even for larger folders in high latency environments. Now you can use the CSV files to select the files for upgrade. The tool also allows version overrides with the latest revisions. The options like prefixes, suffixes, and the skipping broken references improves the traceability and speed. eDrawing Embedded Preview now supports more CAD formats for users to view the files without any external viewers. Before starting PDM database upgrade, you can disable the custom triggers for smoother process. Archive server and client communication is now secured with AES 256 encryption. Now, PDM also supports the Kerberos authentication, enabling seamless and secured Windows login. These are some important enhancements in PDM. Let's over to Rutik for manage enhancements.
Thank you, Supreet, for the detailed PDM enhancement. I especially like the database upgrade wizard prompt to disable the custom triggers. Now let's see what we have in Manage. Manage is a desktop PLM solution which builds on PDM by adding some advanced tools like dashboard, project management, BOM and record, and process management. Dashboard, which gives us real-time insight. Project management will keep us ahead of schedule. BOM and record collaboratively manage eBOM and YUMBOM. Process management, which gives repeatable execution of business processes. Let's see some enhancement in Manage 2026. API event trigger now automatically notify other programs when data created or updated, so systems stay synchronized without constant checking. You can also use API to add thumbnail image to the records, making it easier to spot the right file at a glance. Desktop links allow user to open the record directly from their desktop, dashboard, report, and email notification. User can reach the important file and task straight from their desktop. Bill of material flyout panel has been redesigned with more tabs so user can find the details with few clicks and saving time when searching for the part information and related data. Apart from this, icon now shows the task and related files on the bill of material item. User can quickly see the task and files which are linked to each BOM item. You can send the special object record directly to a process by right-clicking. This makes starting process easier and faster. The option Move Baseline has now renamed to Reset Baseline to better describe its function. This improves the user experience by making this option clearer and easier to understand. You can now set the condition for the running output based on specific item field value. This gives more control over which item gets updated during the process. The new option has been added to set the part number and specifically when creating active configuration. This gives better control over which part and number described in the system. You can now right-click on the file in the local vault and open its record directly in the Manage desktop. The user can see the parent level of item in several ways. Show all parents, immediate parent, or top parent, or a combination. This makes it easier to understand where an item is used, improving usability and user experience. This powerful new feature enhances both efficiency and user experience. With that, I will hand it over to Mohsin to continue with simulation.
Thank you, Rutik, for that. Let's move on to what's new in SolidWorks Simulation 2026. The driller unit is engineered with an adjustable lifting mechanism and allows the operators to modify the drilling angle to suit different job requirements. During operations, static loads act on crucial structural components. In worst case scenario, the rear skid is specifically designed to either lift the entire assembly off the ground or at minimum elevate the rear end while also preventing any backward movement. The goal is to minimize displacement for stability during operations. Let's see how the new enhancements in SOLIDWORKS Simulation 2026 will help us. There are good improvements done to distributed remote load on shell edge, along with some interface level improvements made to identify errors quickly and fix it fast. Rotational displacements can be plotted in degrees and radians as well now. Shell formulation and pin connector forces have been improved as well. Let's see them in action. Here we have a sub-assembly supporting the rear end of the horizontal drill designed to withstand high thrust from the drill head. The study uses a mix of solids, shells, beams, and pin connectors. New in Simulation 2026, remote loads and masses can now be applied on shell edges, making it far easier to replicate real-world engineering challenges. Let's run the analysis. While after I run the analysis, looks like something is missing from the study. This study isn't fully defined. No problem. In 2026, the error dialog now tells you exactly which body is missing the material database or exactly which mesh control is causing the issue. This makes it much easier and faster to fix setup studies while running analysis. The analysis is complete now, and while reviewing the results, we start with displacement. Displacement plots are always a key metric, and new in 2026, displacement plots can be plotted with respect to the rotational displacement plots with respect to the X, Y, and Z directions. In this case, we see significant rotation that might cause operational issue. The model is set up using primarily shell elements, ideal for analyzing thin plates while ensuring solve times and accuracy. New in Simulation 2026, we see significant improvements done to default settings when you are trying to set up shell type directly in your simulation options. In 2026, connector reaction forces can now be calculated in a dynamic response. Since the model relies heavily on pin joints, understanding how vibration acts on the model is critical to designing a robust structure. You can now define total force across multiple beams, giving you precise control on how loads are applied. For users, that means less manual work, fewer errors, and more accurate results, whether you are validating a lightweight frame, testing a truss under heavy load, or ensuring your design meets safety standards. With Simulation 2026, a remote mass can now be assigned directly inside a response spectrum. This response spectrum analysis. This allows us to represent mounted equipments as lumped mass, rigidly tied to the structure without adding any unnecessary details. In 2026, there is a new option to extract positive eigenvalues only. When enabled, solver filters out negative modes and reports only the critical positive values. This reduces clutter, speeds up interpretation of results, and provides more insights to your design. Apart from that, there is overall performance improvements done to virtual connectors, decreasing your simulation runtime. For people who are designing plastics part in SolidWorks, I have great news for them as well. SolidWorks plastics providers are constantly improving and introducing new polymers into the market, and SolidWorks plastics database is keeping up with the pace. In 2026, plastics database has incorporated 85 new materials and has also updated 12 existing plastic polymer data. In the previous versions, plastics could detect a short, but users has no clear way to visualize the unfilled volume. In 2026, the unfilled volume result is displayed as the first result when a short occurs, ensuring these errors never go unnoticed. In past versions, venting could only be defined at vertices, but in real molds, vents often follow split lines and edges where air naturally escapes. New in 2026, users can now define edges for venting. In this example, rib vents and parting line vents have been added. When simulating thermosets, the solver runs until the part reaches the target cure level. New in 2026, a parameter called volume percentage above target cure at ejection has been added. This ensures that the parts are properly cured before ejection takes place, providing valuable insights into the cycle time and preventing unwanted warping and breakage after the ejection takes place. SolidWorks is a complete package of structural simulations, plastic simulation, as well as flow simulations. SolidWorks Flow Simulation helps engineers to solve for fluid flow problems with a solver embedded inside SolidWorks CAD. Let's see what's new in SolidWorks Flow Simulation. The Component Explorer now includes surface source column. This shows the total power of surface source, total power of surface heat sources. There is a new option to create two registered components automatically in the Component Explorer. You can create two registered feature by specifying either power or an EDB item. The fill thin slot feature automatically fills narrow gaps in your mesh with the specified solid material. The filler material is applied directly to the mesh cells without needing a CAD body. For goal tracking, there is a new way to get the coordinates of minimum and maximum goal values. The bubble chart for parametric studies is a new visual tool. It helps you compare different design points easily by showing results as bubbles, enhancing your study interpretation. You can now define project parameters in submodels. These propagate upward, making it easier to manage dependencies within embedded components. A status column has been added to the Component Explorer, which helps to simplify the user interface for viewing critical study information. Apart from that, a temperature column has been added to the Component Explorer that allows users to export final values to the Excel. Here is a quick recap of what we explored. We explored key enhancements in sketching, assemblies, drawings, simulation, as well as routing, all integrated seamlessly within SolidWorks CAD. This Vermeer directional drilling machine was fully designed and rendered in SolidWorks 2026, showcasing real performance, realistic visuals, and smooth workflows. That wraps up the What's New session in 2026. Thank you for joining. Let's continue design smarter, collaborate better, and deliver faster. Thank you.
Thank you to all our presenters, and thank you for presenting what we have as the innovation part for SolidWorks 2026. And now it's time that we gear up and have some fun. Yes, it's time for an exciting quiz, as we announced earlier. So it's the quiz that we are having here is Quest for Modeling Mavericks. And this interactive quiz will of course test your knowledge, your creativity, and your innovation around SolidWorks. And this fun challenge will be hosted by our very own Mr. Sagar Kashid and Mr. Abhishek Mohta, who are all set to find out who amongst us are the real modeling mavericks. We hope everyone has already downloaded the Menti app. If not, please download. Over to you, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon all. If anyone is not able to scan, please let us know. I have shared this particular QR code in our Beacon Technical Group summer. Please, behind people, if they do not have any access for this QR code, please
or else if you
take them.
can see the code above the screen, so you can use that as well.
We have almost 450 people here today, right, Vishal? So we can see a count over here. That will help us out to understand how many people are joining over here. If you are having any issue with joining the Mentimeter, We have a code over also. Use the code 57734390. So these questions are mostly based on what Samar also explained, how you are going through last 1 hour for this 2026 upgrade, what we have with SolidWorks.
Still, half the people are yet to scan.
Yeah, we are waiting, Nikhil.
The people around the back, are they able to scan? If anyone is not able to, please raise your hand, or you can call someone from Beacon team. They will be able to assist you on this.
So count is 253, 254.
It's a quiz, so obviously you can expect some gifts and wins from here. So I expect the people who are not scanning by any purpose should do it, at least for the gifts.
While entering, please note, give your actual name. You might have seen over there like rockers or some funny names are there. But we will have a live dashboard over here for those quiz. And when you are joining, it will be noted like you add your name, so give your actual name. Don't give like I'm a rocker or maybe.
Yeah.
We have seen yesterday some funny names as well. So it will be help us to understand who is taking those quiz properly.
You can use the website if there is some issue with the app you are not able to find, then you can use the mentimeter.com website as well. Menti.com. Okay.
Good. So almost 323 people joined. Nikhil.
He's assisting.
Nikhil and team. Nikhil. Naikade.
Nikhil.
Please check if someone having any issue with.
All set? Yeah, can we start? I mean, is there anyone or any...
Shall we start?
Done. We are starting. As of now, the participant counts is 338. What we are seeing who has scanned, and I'm expecting everyone has given the right name so that it's easy for us to identify who is leading the board. Okay, so let's go ahead. Yeah, so you will have 20 seconds to give the answer, and there will be few seconds to read the question if there is options, and obviously there will be options to choose, but this is how the rules are.
And honestly, this is like a faster finger first.
Yeah.
You are not only giving the right answer, but as fast as possible. So that will be help us. We can see the leaderboard as well. So that will help you out in that.
So basically this is a pointers, and you will get the points as fast as you will answer and correct, obviously. So let's go.
here we can see
213, 220, 224.
I hope you guys have given your names.
See, unless all are ready, if I start the quiz, then probably the people who are not entered, they will not be able to answer or participate. I'm just waiting because we have seen 338 as scan done, and but now here only 235 players are seems. Okay, I'm pushing the question ahead. Weldment customer list property which included into the file property in 2026 are listed below. Find which one is not from the Weldment cut list. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. Two seconds. We could only see 150 answers are received. Out of which 69 is posted correctly as density.
I hope you have gone through properly. You have heard the last 1 hour from the team, Sachin, Samar, everyone have given.
Yeah. As you can see, this is the leaderboard which is exactly coming immediately after the answer is published. And we can see Ronit Patil as the fastest as of now with 875 points. Okay. Moving to next question. $225. Expecting more from last time, but it has reduced. Why? Okay. How to create easily staged drawing for machining using SolidWorks. The options are creating each stage as separate 3D model and drawing, creating manually each stage drawing from the final drawing in 2D, using configuration with each stage wise 3D model with 2D drawing, none of the above. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Time up. We could see 131 correct answers this time.
Yeah, very good.
As using configuration with each stage wise 3D model with 2D drawing. And the leaderboard has come. Again, we could see Ronit at, no, sorry, this time it's Grace at the first place as the fastest and the highest point as of now.
Just let us know who is Grace, who have not mentioned the name.
Grace is the name actually we are expecting.
Yeah.
Okay. Third question. 240, 3, 2, 1. Posting the question. For arranging and organizing the balloons, magnetic lines feature introduced in SolidWorks 2005, SolidWorks 2013, SolidWorks 2012, SolidWorks 2016. 12 seconds.
So those are using SolidWorks since long. Sachin already mentioned this answer of this question.
3 seconds. Time up. Okay. The major answers has come as 2016, while the right answer is 2012, which are 91 correct answers.
Yeah.
Let's see who is leading the board now.
So magnetic lines was there since 2012, but now we have added few notes, annotations also, working on that.
Okay, so Ronit has again come at first place and Grace is at second. I guess both are sitting beside each other, is it so?
Even Mr. Adinath, you also came into picture, good.
Next question. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Large assembly needs neat harness routing without collisions. Designers want to skip manual connections and spline edits, which routing enhancement helps. First, auto rotate shortest path option, sketch guided auto route with guidelines, electrical harness flattening wizard, dynamic cable interference detection. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Time up. Okay, so we have 88 correct answers as sketch guided auto route with guidelines. Let's see if it's Ronit, Grace or someone else.
I hope all are participating from last row as well, I can say.
Okay, seems to be some new entry. Oh, Grace has gone. How come? Okay, so now Adinath is leading the board with 3368 points. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Can we specify edges for air vent analysis in SolidWorks plastics? Yes, no. 15 seconds, I guess it should not take that much time.
Of course, Mohsin, I already mentioned
Only
in
yes or no.
presentation.
5 seconds. Time up. 232 yes, and that's the right answer. Let's see the leaderboard. Okay. Still, Adinath is leading the board now.
Good, as you are leading this,
Guys, this is only the first round, so don't expect that the first three will be out of this and who will be winning the game. This is the first round of the quiz only. One more question.
This was the first, right?
6th, 5th.
Seems to be some technical issue, but we'll check.
Just few seconds, please. Yeah. Sorry guys, we have some technical issue. We will continue this round after some time.
Yeah, after next session, technical session, we are
Okay,
again
one
going
second.
to take.
Yeah, got it.
Okay.
I guess 6th question is skipped, so let's go to 7. 3, 2, 1. What type of analysis can 3D Experience SFO perform? Static, dynamic, thermal, all of the above. Oh. I guess this is the fastest answers we are getting. 10 seconds. 5. Time up. Correct answer is all of the above. 172 correct answers. Let's see the leaderboard.
Seems to be real fight between Adinath and Ronit and Aniket.
Yeah. I could see Grace as the fastest, but still it's in the lower leaderboard at 6th place. So Adinath is still leading the board. Next question, guys. 3, 2, 1. 3D experience, what is a material model? A set of equations describing the behavior of materials under load, the 3D model of the structure, the mesh used for analysis, the type of solver used. 15, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, time up. Yeah, the correct answer is A set of equations describing the behavior of materials under load, and there are 118 correct answers from the audience. So the leaderboard seems Ronit will be leading now. Exactly. And Aditya was the fastest this time. Next question. 3, 2, 1. Which element type is preferred for meshing thin structures in 3DX simulation? Solid elements, shell elements, beam elements, truss elements. 20 seconds. 15. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Time up. The correct answer is shell elements, given by 122 people from the audience.
Can see the leaderboard changing.
Oh, Sebastian has come at the top place. And Manjunath was the fastest in this round. Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Which of the following is not a material behavior model available in 3D experience simulation? Elastic, plastic, quantum, viscoelastic. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Time up. Whoa. I guess this was the most incorrect answer given by everyone. Actually, these people should be rewarded. 7 people has given the right answer as plastic.
Practically.
Rest all applause. Kidding. Okay, let's see the leaderboard now. This should change the leaderboard actually. Okay, we'll check the leaderboard, and as of now we'll give the stop to round 1 now for sure. Yeah.
We'll update the leaderboard when we are starting the next session.
Yeah, before that we will give the updated leaderboard from us. Okay, here it is. At least you can see the leaderboard. Won't ask for next question for sure. Okay. Yeah. So new entry is Vicky on the 3rd place, while Sebastian still leading the board, and GNK was the fastest one here. Yeah.
Okay, Vishal, you may continue. Yeah. We'll come again in the next session. After our technical session, we will go through this again. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I hope you guys had fun. I could see a lot of toppers in the class on the screen. Aniket, and there was Aditya, and many people participated. Thank you so much for the participation. And now it's time that we take up quickly our lunch break, and then after we'll come back and have a few more sessions. And the lunch break is just for 1 hour. We'll be back by 2:30, everyone. Please mind the timings. We'll be back in an hour. Thank you so much. This is the host. We'll resume back.
I'm Dr. Sriharsha Sheshanarayana. I am the CTO and the co-founder for Bulwark Mobility. So we are a startup based in India, in Bangalore, and we are into electric autonomous utility vehicles. And during the COVID time, I was back in India. We kind of started doing a little bit of math, trying to understand what does it take to make an electric tractor. It turns out that that the current tractor technology that is there, all the diesel machineries, they are very expensive to operate and maintain. 50% of the vehicle's cost you would be spending on operations just to run the machine on the first year. Going electric kind of reduces that operational cost by more than 80%. We are trying not only just making machines for farmers cheaper to run, but we are also trying to see how we can automate those repetitive, manually, very boring tasks. So we got into the SolidWorks startup program, and it has been playing quite a central role in our design process. As our team started to grow, we started using a lot more of the SolidWorks cloud as well. 3D Experience platform is kind of bringing all our teams, everyone on board in one area. We wanted to use SolidWorks for what SolidWorks is more famously known for, modeling, right? We started just to test it out, and we started benchmarking it with other well-known FEA packages as well. The SolidWorks simulation worked out really well for us. I would definitely recommend SolidWorks and definitely would recommend getting into the startup program. The SolidWorks technical support that we got, helping us set up the whole cloud architectures and even help us out with some of these FEA analysis was quite invaluable. So I'd highly recommend anyone trying to start a company, especially hardware-focused company. If you want to run fast and also kind of have the overall experience, try SolidWorks and definitely try the SolidWorks startup program. I don't think you will regret that. I'm Dr. Sriharsha Sheshanarayana. I'm the CTO and the co-founder for Bulwark Mobility. So we are a startup based in India, in Bangalore, and we are into electric autonomous utility vehicles. And during the COVID time, I was back in India. We kind of started doing a little bit of math, trying to understand what does it take to make an electric tractor. It turns out that that the current tractor technology that is there, all the diesel machineries, they are very expensive to operate and maintain. 50% of the vehicle's cost you would be spending on operations just to run the machine on the first year. Going electric kind of reduces that operational cost by more than 80%. We're trying not only just making machines for farmers cheaper to run, but we're also trying to see how we can automate those repetitive, manually, very boring tasks. So we got into the SolidWorks startup program, and it has been playing quite a central role in our design process. As our team started to grow, we started using a lot more of the SolidWorks cloud as well. 3D Experience platform is kind of bringing all our teams, everyone on board in one area. We wanted to use SolidWorks for what SolidWorks is more famously known for, modeling, right? We started just to test it out, and we started benchmarking it with other well-known FEA packages as well. The SolidWorks simulation worked out really well for us. I would definitely recommend SolidWorks and definitely would recommend getting into the startup program. The SolidWorks technical support that we got, helping us set up the whole cloud architectures and even help us out with some of these FEA analysis was quite invaluable. So I would highly recommend anyone trying to start a company, especially hardware-focused company. If you want to run fast and also kind of have the overall experience, try SolidWorks and definitely try the SolidWorks startup program. I don't think you will regret that.
As we are living in the digital world, we are doing a lot of things online. E-commerce is a rampant thing. There are going to be out on road more and more vehicles. And these vehicles, typically when you look at it, either they are too small or they're too large for a job to be done. More than 80% requirements can actually fit on a vehicle which is slightly bigger than a regular commuter vehicles. So we are not just creating a logistics or delivery vehicle, but it's a kind of a business user vehicle focused on doing anything and everything that is possible on a compact vehicle. It's an electric vehicle, so you save a lot of cost from the fuel standpoint. When you're starting doing something which has never been done, you don't have benchmarks. So whatever you do becomes a benchmark. Having a solid software platform becomes imminent requirement for us because we spend thousands of hours actually digital modeling it, thinking it, rethinking it, and again rethinking it.
It should be built tough so that it lasts long, and it should not give a lot of downtime to the user. Secondly, when it comes to electrical architecture of it, there has to be a lot of simulations done to predict its failure, specifically with the control of its temperatures.
We started working on SolidWorks from the day one. And as we progressed, we understood that we need a much more faster integrated tool.
With the 3D Experience Works, all of those challenges just went away like this because it has been so cohesively integrated that you never even realize that you are playing between a design and a simulation very seamlessly.
So the engineer knows all the critical aspects of the design, then he pushes it towards the production guys to release the drawings, and the management has a very good control over the timelines of the deliverables.
First thing that we achieved out of the 3D Experience platform was a reduction in the weight of the structure itself, 30%. Second most amazing thing that we achieved was leveraging the CFD for getting the aerodynamics right. Third thing that we also improved is the battery thermals.
I have seen a very strong correlation between the simulation results and the physical models, and this gives a lot of confidence for me to trust onto the simulations once the correlation is established.
For any large manufacturer to build a vehicle, they will easily put in about $10 million to about $15 million. We did that in $1 million. I'm not saying that cost cutting, I'm saying that it's cost efficient. Leveraging a right software platform becomes the most integral part of it. And that's what, when we invested into the 3D Experience Works platform, that has been one of the best investments that we have done. I love 3D Experience platform because it is helping push Quargos into the future of mobility.
Vermeer is a grassroots company of local people, some of the best engineers I know, and they use SolidWorks.
When it first came out, it was much easier to use than other solid modeling type packages. I think it continues to be that way. The menus are intuitive, easy to understand. You don't have to be that expert user to take advantage of a lot of its features. If you are that expert user, it has those, but you can operate at that entry-level user and do really well. It's important to have a package that you can be efficient at with minimal training and minimal seat time on the model.
One of the machines that we use SolidWorks to design is our medium drill. The medium drill is used to put in utility cables for phone lines, electrical lines, fiber optics throughout the world. It is a very complex machine with a lot of hydraulics and electrical on board. A lot of features to help the drillers make good decisions, whether it's water or sewer lines. And we use SolidWorks for the entirety of that design. There's no other CAD for mechanical design here at Vermeer.
There's so many other little parts of SolidWorks that we integrate with as far as doing structural analysis. Being able to do multiple configurations, I think, is nice. Weight was a big issue for us. We had to maintain a certain max weight. It had the weight distribution on the semi-trailer versus the tires. And we had to move the center of gravity around.
It's so fun to be able to show a concept to someone who's not in front of SolidWorks every day, to try to explain to them maybe how a part fits together. You can quickly show them any of those parts. You can show them the inside of the part, you can show them the back side, you can rotate around a little bit, you can communicate faster and get on the same page.
One of the advantages of working with SolidWorks is our ability to reuse components throughout many different models of drills. And many of those components can be reused from one drill to another. Take an idea from one drill, size up the geometry with SOLIDWORks' parametric modeling, it speeds up your process, but you change the part once, and it propagates that change throughout the assembly models that part is used in.
When we make these changes, we reduce design cycle times, which reduces cost, and we improve quality. So it's kind of a cheaper, faster, better all at the same time.
When I started, Vermeer was significantly smaller. SOLIDWORKS continued to grow with us and allowed us to do the things that we needed to do that our customers and our team members have been asking for. I would say SOLIDWORKS is one of the reasons why we picked the next move.
We wanted a platform that worked on the cloud. Then we wanted to be able to integrate different business units and be able to replicate those processes globally. The 3D Experience platform provided that level of functionality that we needed to grow as a company and continue to get more efficient in those processes.
It's a very versatile, useful software that doesn't restrict us, just a matter of your imagination, what you can come up with.
Power your designs with a combination of DraftSight 2D CAD and SolidWorks. Optimize your workflows, easily switching between 2D drawings and 3D models. DraftSight is crafted with a familiar user interface, so you won't waste valuable time transitioning. Join industry leaders who are designing their future with DraftSight and SolidWorks together. Now let's take a look at what's new in DraftSight 2026.
Good day and welcome. We're here to celebrate a remarkable milestone, 30 years of SolidWorks. I'm Rekha Kamath from Global Marketing, and joining me is Gianpaolo Bassi, our leader of Mainstream Innovation Business. In the ever-changing world of technology, very few products reach 30. SolidWorks is thriving at 30. As we look back, GP, what are some of the defining moments in this journey?
Good day, Rekha, and thank you for having me. I am incredibly excited to celebrate our journey with our community. Well, 30 years ago, SolidWorks launched with a simple but radical idea that design should be accessible, intuitive, and powerful enough to bring a complex innovation to life for everybody. What began as a revolutionary tool for engineers quickly became the lifeblood of innovations for thousands of companies across the globe. At every step, SolidWorks has grown not just with technology, but with our users. The special thing about the milestone isn't just how far SolidWorks has come, but what our users have built with it, from electric cars to orthopedic implants, from drones to sustainable packaging. Our community has truly shaped many industries.
Thank you, GP, for walking us through that. Clearly, we are thriving at 30 because our users are at the heart of our mission. Now, coming to design, the design landscape has evolved from those early days to what it is today. What are some of the big shifts that you're seeing here?
Today, design is just one piece of the puzzle. You don't just model anymore. You simulate, test, source, iterate, and collaborate, often all in real time. This reflects a bigger industry trend, the move from file-based design to integrated product lifecycle management ecosystems. We have reimagined the entire lifecycle from concept to production as a seamless ecosystem of insight and interaction.
Now, that's so much more value that SolidWorks users can get from our portfolio and so much more value that they can create from our portfolio. What are some of the new technology trends, GP, that's supporting the vision of SolidWorks?
Rekha, there are several key trends that are shaping our future. Let's start with the cloud revolution, which means collaboration without boundaries. Design doesn't happen in a vacuum or even in one zip code for what matters. With the cloud-based collaboration and real-time simulation, teams are connected globally. The SolidWorks Cloud portfolio offers our users state-of-the-art cybersecurity, integration into a comprehensive PLM system, and real-time collaboration with manufacturing, all from one single platform. Cloud computing makes SolidWorks more accessible and flexible, allowing anywhere, anytime access from any device just with an Ethernet connection.
So cloud is really about accelerating innovation. And of course, with those continuous updates, you don't have to worry or wait anymore about upgrades. In addition, cloud reduces the total cost of ownership with optimized infrastructure and enhanced security.
Yes, we are talking about the digital thread and the virtual twin, right? Simulate before you build. Now, imagine a world where your initial concept, supplier inputs, manufacturing process, and field performance are all connected. That's the digital thread. And SolidWorks help weave that thread from concept to disposal, end of life of the product. The result is faster decision making, better compliance, and continuous feedback across the entire life cycle. Simulation used to be a step saved for the end, but now it's part of the design process. With virtual twins, users can prototype virtually, stress test components, and even predict how products will perform in the field, reducing cost and speeding up time to market.
So, really, front loading simulation causes less design iterations. Now, coming to the mainstream business, GP, how do we accelerate adoption of simulation? What do you think we can do there?
That's a good point, and I think that here AI and automation can lead to what we call designing smarter. AI-driven simulations will become simpler, faster, and more insightful, allowing for real-time validation even for non-experts. We are in an era where design is no longer just mechanical, it's intelligent. Artificial intelligence is rapidly becoming a core component of SolidWorks, transforming traditional CAD workflows into more intelligent and automated processes. Actually, AI is for everyone. It's already helping users optimize parts, accelerate many workflows, and spot design errors even before they happen. With design assistance and AI-driven automation, SolidWorks is making smart a baseline. What used to take weeks is now done in moments, and those AI applications optimize performance while preserving human creativity. For our customers, this means accelerated innovation and fewer mistakes.
That's exciting, GP. Now, will these smart designs also help with the goal of sustainability?
I believe so, Reka. You know, sustainability by design is indeed a growing priority. Sustainability is no longer optional. Customers demand it, regulators enforce it, and engineers are delivering it. The challenges our planet faces demand solutions that are both brilliant and conscious. The SolidWorks portfolio offers life cycle assessment tools that allow users to measure carbon impact, material efficiency, supply chain optimization, and recyclability right from the design stage. Our commitment is to provide the tools to lead the change, making sustainability a competitive edge.
So many exciting changes coming, GP. Now, what can our community look forward to in the next chapter of SolidWorks?
Okay, so our vision for the road ahead includes pervasive and more sophisticated AI companions and generative automation that learn and evolve with your intent. Augmented reality tools that let you interact with your models in the world around you. Natural language interactions such as voice-controlled operations, 3D model generators for text prompts, pictures, sketches, and so on. We also envision expanded programs for students and educators to grow the next generation of innovators, connected to an impactful ecosystem for startups of any kind. Ultimately, the road ahead is about our own philosophy that design is a force of good. Technology is a tool for positive innovation and progress and beauty. And our users are not just users, but co-creators of the future. The future of SolidWorks is fundamentally centered around a new concept introduced at Dassault Systèmes called 3D universes, which blends AI, virtual twins, simulation, and real-world data into a unified digital environment.
Now, that's a compelling vision, GP. Before we wrap up, could you highlight for us some of the real-world examples of how our users are innovating and already making an impact with SolidWorks?
Yeah, absolutely. It's my pleasure. Now, our users are constantly inspiring us. Let me introduce some very cool startups. One is Hydroloop. They are using SolidWorks to create sustainable water recycling systems from homes. Water is important for life. Another one is Expand Prosthetic. Makes customizable 3D printed prosthetics for arms for children, tailored for children. Another one is MagDrive. They developed next generation propulsion systems for small satellites. And another one, the last one, I could go on for hours, but we don't have a lot of time yet. I would mention Fieldwork Robotics that builds adaptive robots for agriculture. Each story reminds us that when you combine creative minds with powerful tools, you truly change the world.
GP, I truly believe that our first 30 years at SolidWorks are just the beginning, don't you think?
Indeed, Reka, the best part of SolidWorks' journey is what's coming next.
As they say, right, the best is yet to come. With that, GP, we thank our users for their trust, your feedback that keeps us motivated and inspired to do more.
Yes, our users have the audacity to dream bigger. SolidWorks is what it is because of our users. They have imagined the unimaginable, built the unbuildable, and designed bridges, both literal and figurative, between problems and solutions. Impactful ideas that influence people and society at large. Today isn't just a celebration of 30 years of SolidWorks. It's a celebration of our users and the future we are creating together. SolidWorks is ready. The future is now.
Thank you, GP. And with that, let's have a great 30-year anniversary celebration together.
Yes, thank you.
I'm Dr. Sriharsha Sheshanarayana. I am the CTO and the co-founder for Bulwark Mobility. So we are a startup based in India, in Bangalore, and we are into electric autonomous utility vehicles. And during the COVID time, I was back in India, we kind of started doing a little bit of math, trying to understand what does it take to make an electric tractor. It turns out that, that the current tractor technology that is there, all the diesel machineries, they are very expensive to operate and maintain. 50% of the vehicle's cost you would be spending on operations just to run the machine on the first year. Going electric kind of reduces that operational cost by more than 80%. We are trying not only just making machines for farmers cheaper to run, but we are also trying to see how we can automate those repetitive, manually, very boring tasks. So we got into the SolidWorks startup program, and it has been playing quite a central role in our design process. As our team started to grow, we started using a lot more of the SolidWorks cloud as well. 3D Experience platform is kind of bringing all our teams, everyone on board in one area. We wanted to use SolidWorks for what SolidWorks is more famously known for, modeling, right? We started just to test it out, and we started benchmarking it with other well-known FEA packages as well. The SolidWorks simulation worked out really well for us. I would definitely recommend SolidWorks and definitely would recommend getting into the startup program. The SolidWorks technical support that we got, helping us set up the whole cloud architectures and even help us out with some of these FEA analysis was quite invaluable. So I would highly recommend anyone trying to start a company, especially hardware-focused company. If you want to run fast and also kind of have the overall experience, try SolidWorks and definitely try the SolidWorks startup program. I don't think you will regret that.
As we are living in the digital world, we are doing a lot of things online. E-commerce is a rampant thing. There are going to be out on road more and more vehicles. And these vehicles, typically when you look at it, either they are too small or they're too large for a job to be done. More than 80% requirements can actually fit on a vehicle which is slightly bigger than a regular commuter vehicles. So we are not just creating a logistics or delivery vehicle, but it's a kind of a business user vehicle focused on doing anything and everything that is possible on a compact vehicle. It's an electric vehicle, so you save a lot of cost from the fuel standpoint. When you're starting doing something which has never been done, you don't have benchmarks.
So whatever you do becomes a benchmark. Having a solid software platform becomes imminent requirement for us because we spent thousands of hours actually digital modeling it, thinking it, rethinking it, and again rethinking it.
It should be built tough so that it lasts long, and it should not give a lot of downtime to the user. Secondly, when it comes to electrical architecture of it, there has to be a lot of simulations done to predict its failure, specifically with the control of its temperatures.
We started working on SOLIDWORKS from the day one. And as we progressed, we understood that we need a much more faster integrated tool. With the 3D Experience Works, all of those challenges just went away like this, because it has been so cohesively integrated that you never even realize that you are playing between a design and a simulation very seamlessly.
So the engineer knows all the critical aspects of the design, then he pushes it towards the production guys to release the drawings, and the management has a very good control over the timelines of the deliverables.
First thing that we achieved out of the 3D Experience platform was a reduction in the weight of the structure itself, 30%. Second most amazing thing that we achieved was leveraging the CFD for getting the aerodynamics right. Third thing that we also improved is the battery thermals.
I have seen a very strong correlation between the simulation results and the physical models, and this gives a lot of confidence for me to trust onto the simulations once the correlation is established.
For any large manufacturer to build a vehicle, they will easily put in about $10 million to about $15 million. We did that in $1 million. I'm not saying that cost cutting, I'm saying that it's cost efficient. Leveraging a right software platform becomes the most integral part of it. And that's what, when we invested into the 3D Experience Works platform, that has been one of the best investments that we have done. I love 3D Experience platform because it is helping push Quargos into the future of mobility.
It's time, people, that we begin our next sessions for the day. After the lunch break, I request everyone to please settle down.
Premier is a grassroots company of local people, some of the best engineers I know, and they use SolidWorks.
When it first came out, it was much easier to use than other solid modeling type packages. I think it continues to be that way. The menus are intuitive, easy to understand. You don't have to be that expert user to take advantage of a lot of its features. If you are that expert user, it has those, but you can operate at that entry-level user and do really well. It's important to have a package that you can be efficient at with minimal training and minimal seat time on the model.
One of the machines that we use SOLIDWORKS to design is our medium drill. The medium drill is used to put in utility cables for phone lines, electrical lines, fiber optics throughout the world. It is a very complex machine with a lot of hydraulics and electrical on board. A lot of features to help the drillers make good decisions, whether it's water or sewer lines. And we use SOLIDWORKS for the entirety of that design. There's no other CAD for mechanical design here at Vermeer.
There's so many other little parts of SOLIDWORKS that we integrate with as far as doing structural analysis. Being able to do multiple configurations, I think, is nice. Weight was a big issue for us. We had to maintain a certain max weight. You had the weight distribution on the semi-trailer versus the tires. And we had to move the center of gravity around.
It's so fun to be able to show a concept to someone who's not in front of SOLIDWORKS every day to try to explain to them maybe how a part fits together. You can quickly show them any of those parts. You can show them the inside of the part, you can show them the back side, you can rotate around a little bit, you can communicate faster and get on the same page.
One of the advantages of working with SOLIDWORKS is our ability to reuse components throughout many different models of drills. And many of those components can be reused from one drill to another. Take an idea from one drill, size up the geometry with SOLIDWORKS' parametric modeling. It speeds up your process, but you change the part once, and it propagates that change throughout the assembly models that part is used in.
When we make these changes, we reduce design cycle times, which reduces cost, and we improve quality. So it's kind of a cheaper, faster, better all at the same time.
When I started, Vermeer was significantly smaller. SOLIDWORKS continued to grow with us and allowed us to do the things that we needed to do that our customers and our team members have been asking for. I would say SOLIDWORKS is one of the reasons why we picked the next move.
We wanted a platform that worked on the cloud. Then we wanted to be able to integrate different business units and be able to replicate those processes globally. The 3D Experience platform provided that level of functionality that we needed to grow as a company and continue to get more efficient in those processes.
It's a very versatile, useful software that doesn't restrict us, just a matter of your imagination, what you can come up with.
Okay, so we have a referral program at SolidWorks, and you can scan the scanner. And if you have any colleagues or contacts who you think could benefit from SolidWorks, or if they require any product at SolidWorks, you can scan this and share it to them. Meanwhile, I request everybody who is standing at the back, can you please join us and please settle down. We are starting with our next session. Humble request to all the people standing at the back. May I have your attention? Please come back and join us. We will be starting our next session very soon. Okay, folks, it's time that we start back again with our next session. I hope you had a good networking time during the lunch. On that note, it's my pleasure to introduce you to whom we all know as JJ, our next presenter, Mr. Joseph Jerome, Joint Managing Director at Best Engineering Aids and Consultancies, Beacon. Mr. Joseph holds an MBA in entrepreneurship and brings with him a wealth of experience from leading global organizations such as SIFI, Dell, and GE Capital. With over 2.5 decades of expertise in business growth, technology adoption, and customer success, he has been instrumental in driving Beacon's vision of empowering Indian industries through cutting-edge designs and engineering solutions. Please, Mr. JJ is not here, but he'll be joining us online already. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Joseph Jerome, Joint Managing Director at Beacon, for his presentation on call to action. Let's clap, everyone, for the gentleman himself.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'd love to hear my beloved Puneites because I think this is the first time in the last 10 years that I've not come in person. My sincere regrets on this. I trust all of you had a wonderful lunch. I kind of have an idea of a lot of the information that has been disseminated to you in the first half today, starting with a wonderful presentation by Mr. Nayanar. So let me see how we can try and enhance this experience for you today. Now, there is one concept you must always carry with you, especially when you're on the receiving end of lectures like the kind that I'm giving, okay? It's not meant to be an imposition. You ask yourself, what's in it for me? This is a very common term. In fact, I have spoken about this a few times before. It's called BIFM, what's in it for me? So, in a nutshell, I am going to take us through fairly deep waters in terms of certain questions that you probably are asking yourself already. Hope to help you navigate through a little of it. That's the purpose of my next 20 minutes or so. So thank you very much for being here. I would have loved to be there in person because, like I said, Pune is very close to my heart because my first real job as an engineer was with a Pune-based company called Electronica. Those of you who know it today, it's a multi-pronged organization, but it's close to my heart. So thank you very much for being here today. And give me the patience of your listening for the next 20, 25 minutes. Over to my presentation to kick off. Okay, so here we go. As we said, it's actually Innovation Day 2026 in line with the SolidWorks that's coming forth. So moving forward, I'm assuming that all of us are in a fairly relaxed mode. I was supposed to catch up with you at the end of the morning session, but now with a good lunch and stuff like that, I trust you're feeling very relaxed. So moving forward, let me get you into the mood. Yes. This is among the most beautiful songs I think any Maharashtrian would like. Any Indian would love, actually. I love this. So I'm just trying to get you into that mode, where I get you relaxed enough to take what's coming next. So moving forward, I was asked what is it I wanted to term this little presentation. I decided to say a call to attention. So let's dive straight into it. Now, you have been the recipient of a lot of knowledge over the last 2.5 hours. We can move it onto a snapshot moving forward. I am going to start with giving you a kind of snapshot, just a snapshot of a lot of what you heard in the morning, and try and connect those dots to the real message I have for you. So moving forward, you kicked off this session today with a snapshot from Dassault Systems on the industries in focus around AI. You had fintech, healthcare, electronics, EVs and drones, medical devices, e-commerce. All of this, I'm sure you have a fair idea of what it is realistically around us today. So moving forward from there, the other question, you heard about EVs, drones also in today morning's presentation. I have a question for you. What's the real revolution with EVs over internal combustion engines? Simply put, hundreds of key components in an internal combustion engine versus a lot fewer key components in a electric vehicle. So you're talking about battery, charger, motor, controllers, drivetrains, and you have a whole ecosystem that's building itself around this. So this is a fact. Electric vehicles are in and expected to dominate. So moving forward, India is in an accelerated growth mode from the perspective of ambition and the building blocks towards it. So by 2030, we are expected to be the third biggest country in terms of GDP. You expect to move from a $4 trillion economy to a $10 trillion economy. Most importantly, the contribution to manufacturing from a GDP perspective is at about 15 to 17% is where we are at today. Expect to grow to 25% by 2030. Just to take 20 seconds on how important this is, by and large, the biggest contributor to the Indian gross domestic GDP comes from services, which is in the vicinity of 55 to 60%. Is expected to take a beating over the next few years, simply because a lot of it is going to be affected by the incorporation of AI and machine learning and a whole lot of those things. So this move from 17 to 25% is extremely crucial for India as a country. So that's the takeaway for you from this slide. So moving forward, uh, we come to this red space that you saw. Our colleagues from Dassault Systems talked to you about the long way that SolidWorks has come in the last 30 years. I'll take a minute just to share one very, very important anecdote, okay? I have told this story in the past, but in the early days, you had CAD, something like AutoCAD has been around for almost 50 years. I would have loved to be standing there right in front of you to take your opinions on a few things, but you'll have to make do with this one-way dialogue. So back in the old days, I'm talking about the late 80s and the early 90s, if you needed something in 3D, you needed to go the workstation way. And there were just two companies who made workstations, Sun Microsystems and Silicon Graphics. And they had a vanilla set of software that would run on them. Now, the beauty was a single station that could give you anything in terms of CAD and 3D CAD could cost you in the vicinity of anything from 15 to rupees 20 lakhs upwards. But you must remember, in the late 80s and early 90s, if you had, let's say, 15 lakhs just to spend like that, I doubt if both of us would have met now, because that would have put you in the multi-millionaire category today. That's the time value of money, okay? So that was a period when a few things happened. You had Intel come up with a series of chips. You had a company called Microsoft come up with an operating system that was made for Intel range of chips was made for a smaller PC. They were calling it just a home computer that came up from Apple. The word personal computer came from, if I'm not wrong, the PC as a term came from Microsoft, I forget who. But net, what happened was with the induction of these chips from Intel, you came up with a desktop range of computers, which were far more affordable. So where it was 15 lakhs, you're coming to the point in time of a 1 lakh product. Now that was the time when the founder of SolidWorks, who had been dabbling in writing his own code, came up with an application that would run on these Intel-based desktop machines. And it was priced in the vicinity of lakh and 2 lakhs versus 20 lakhs. So if you go back to 1995, it was a year when the first such product on an affordable machine, on an affordable platform came out first. Everybody else followed with versions for this kind of a ecosystem, but they were all second. So remember, you are with the number one pioneer in this line of business. So moving forward. So I kind of took a wild run of a lot of things that you saw this morning. I may not be the most competent authority to talk too much about the new features of SolidWorks. I know that we have very competent people who have engaged you earlier in the day. But is there something I missed out in a big way? A two-letter word. Shall we see the two-letter word? Shoot. Yeah, move it forward. Yes, yes. Anybody guessing? AI. Now that I can see some of your expressions there, okay? You're pained again saying, Sala, aur kitna lu yaar? For the whole morning I've been listening to AI. Before I left home, I read about AI. It's doomsday. I don't think you're the only one. Moving forward, you'll see why I told you that. See if you can reflect into this yourself. For those of you who missed the first part, you may want to see it again.
You okay?
Have you felt like this about all the dabble that you hear about AI all around you? I, for one, I'll confess, for a while, I did feel this way, okay, in these changing times. So moving it forward, I'll try and tell you what I meant by all this. the first thing I want to just give you a quick snapshot is key engineering zones where the application of AI is very evident. Now, each of the next few slides that you're going to see, you can talk about each slide for half an hour. But I am just going to swing you through it very quickly because this is a whole lot of reading that I would really anticipate that each and every one of you should do. But it's a call out to you saying that if you come across these terms, it means that you're in a heavily AI driven zone. So moving forward, take the first one. This is a term that you have heard before, generative design, basically using a whole lot of algorithms to get you a lot of design options, and you work around a lot of constraints. Please remember, when you come across this term generative design, you are talking of a heavily AI AI, what I call ruled world today. Next, we talk about predictive maintenance. Now, this is another term that you will come across very often, but remember, uh, you uh, you may need to hit the enter again. I'm sorry, the points haven't come up. Uh, yes, you are talking about basically AI heavily predominant in this area called predictive maintenance. So, what is predictive maintenance? It's based on the fact that efficiencies are being questioned very heavily today. So, it means that I cannot afford downtime of any magnitude of any kind. So, to ensure that we are ahead of the curve, there's a whole lot of AI engines out there giving you predictive maintenance. Next, you have CAD enhancements. Now, this is something which I am sure a lot of you are extremely comfortable with. Enhancements in CAD in the AI world. Basically, the AI world gives you a whole lot of freedom of getting a great deal of wisdom from across the internet. When I say the internet, it's the world out there. Millions and millions of zones of opinion, helping you basically come down to improving your design accuracy and helping you navigate through complex simulations. Moving forward, this is again an area that I'm assuming a few of you are already comfortable with, whether it's finite element analysis or computational fluid dynamics. It's basically getting so refined today, the degree of accuracy that you're managing is phenomenal. And with the addition of AI integrated ecosystem, what you're talking about is facets of solutions to a problem is not one, it's multiple options. So suddenly you're talking about tremendous amount of flexibility. Moving forward, design for additive manufacturing. This is something that you may have come across, DFAM. The one thing that I'd like you to remember when you talk about design for manufacturing or you talk of 3D printing, think of lattice structures. Just remember that as the buzzword, lattice structures. It means that these are structures that you cannot conventionally machine on a CNC machine or any kind of machine. You need to build it up surface by surface, which means those are what I call cross sections that can only be built on a 3D printing machine. Now, the beauty of lattice structures is that over the last 25 years at least, it has been a huge lifesaver in terms of multiple types of optimizations to design and manufacturing. So just keep this as the buzzword, lattice structures, additive manufacturing. Moving forward. Uh, Digital twins. Now, this is again something which my good colleagues from Dassault Systems would have given you some knowledge around. But please remember, this is among the biggest technologies being worked on in multiple areas. And Dassault Systems has been among the earliest players into hypothesizing around this concept of the digital twins, because I distinctly remember My first exposure to this was around the 2010, 2012 when people started talking about digital twins. Just for you to understand, a digital twin is exactly reality being put uh, together virtually. And you're talking about a world where IoT, a whole lot of all this comes into play. You're picking up data from the real system. Using that, you're going to simulate a whole lot of scenarios. By virtue of this, you can predict what's ahead for you. And it can be anything that you are in the job of what I call analyzing. It can be a simple light bulb. It can be a whole process oriented company. There's no end to digital twins. Now, as I move forward, I will be referring back to this. So basically, they are replicas of physical systems. You monitor, analyze, and optimize continuously. Moving forward, robotics and automation. Now, this is something which is a big area. And just so you know, the country that has adopted the maximum number of robots in the world is China. Now, that's very surprising given that they are the second most populous country in the world, second to India. India, we won that gold medal from last year, if I'm not wrong. But they have that many robots in such a populous country, just gives you an idea that how countries are preparing themselves for a very competitive tomorrow. So basically, it's not just a robot. These are highly intelligent and controlled adaptively, which means you can change the scenario and these robots can adapt. So just keep this in mind as something that you probably need to read a little more about. So let me move forward. QC and inspection. Now, this again is a huge area that has come under a lot of scrutiny because defect detection has become a very key area, considering the fact that delivery timelines today are extremely tight for almost every product, be it clothes, be it machinery, be it factories, any of these things. So, two things matter. One is your ability to detect in time. The other is ensuring that you're consistently capable of doing it all the time. So, this is where a whole lot of AI comes into play. This is based on all the data that it has generated in the past. It looks like real life data in the field, a whole lot of stuff. When you actually try and read up QC and inspection, AI based QC and inspection, you will be blown at the amount of information that you can get. Now, I keep telling you things like you'll be blown by reading this and reading that. I will, at the end of my session, come back to recall that statement. So, moving forward, customization and mass personalization. See, this is the bane of the times. I call it bane of the times because there was a period in time when Henry Ford came up with the first car back in the early 20s and 30s, I guess, or earlier than. Yeah, I think it was that. Okay, they had one car model with one color, and that was the only model sold by Ford, and it was a big hit. Okay, but over a period of time, people's individualistic capabilities started to surface. So I did not want the same kind of watch that my neighbor's wearing. I have different preferences. I like things differently. So today you are in a world where technology is helping you make those choices and convert it to reality. So today you have an ecosystem that's driven heavily by artificial intelligence to help you achieve mass customization and personalization from a design perspective. So this is also another arena that I would urge you to do a little more delving on. Moving on, supply chain optimization. This probably is among the biggest business churners in the world today. Now, if you ask me, uh, supply chain as what I call science came into being by virtue of mainly the big delivery chains of goods like Amazon. Amazon per se was probably the pioneer in making a science of supply chains. So when they moved into this zone of supply chain optimization, people started to realize that there was a whole lot of monies to be made or saved by optimizing the supply chain, which effectively took you anything from planning, design, inventory, delivering, return. It's a cyclical thing. So today, the whole thing is AI driven and so well driven that predictive, it can even predict the buying behavior across the year for a whole country, and it can be different across. You see, it's a very interesting science. So I urge you to also delve into this knowledge, because this can be something which is very, very important in the jobs that you are doing today. I will delve on it towards the end when I say what I mean by this. Moving forward, advanced materials development. Now, this is a very, very sad story in a way for me when I think about it, because uh, India needs to come a very, very long way in this science of advanced materials. We are way, way behind a whole lot of countries who have much less capabilities than India. You see, it's a statement I say with a lot of pain. We have the ability to be very far ahead in this, but this is among the few areas where no pain, no gain. It means that you can't just, there are no shortcuts to advancing in material development, okay? But thankfully, the country has started waking up to this. We have started looking into indigenous ways of doing it. The easiest test question I can ask you is that we are the single largest population in the world. We probably have the single largest police force, army, and all of that put together. All of them need arms. Everybody needs a handgun. How is it that we don't manufacture a simple thing as a handgun? When I say handgun, you can even go online and you can get drawings of the kind of caliber pistol I'm talking about. It's available. But ask yourself, why have we not had a manufacturing plant of our own? Across the world, there are a few known brands. You have Smith and Wesson and a few others. You can research it yourself. The whole thing comes down to one simple thing called the barrel. The amount of heat generated each time a bullet fires is so high. You need a material that can dissipate the heat as fast as possible with the least bit of distortion. I'm just giving you an example. Please read up more on this. And I urge you to take a lot of interest in this, because you could very well build a fantastic career around it. So moving forward. Sustainable design. This, I don't think I need to say a lot, because this word called sustainability is probably going to be the only thing you can give your future generations. If you want them in peace, it means that we all have to understand this thoroughly. And thankfully, we have started in our own small way. Of course, we are a big country. We will take a little while before we get optimal in this, but understanding sustainable design is something everybody in this room must take responsibility for, because everything that you produce going forward, even if it's the best design, produces the best product, but if it's failing on the sustainability scale, your product won't see the light of day. That's the times ahead for you. So please delve into this. And it's very interesting, especially given that it's AI driven. So moving forward, I gave you just 12 scenarios of where AI is very deeply entrenched today in our own immediate lives in engineering. I'll just take a quick deep dive into one of them. Let's move forward into generative design. What is this generative design? I'm going to take the example of a bicycle frame, simple bicycle frame. Move it forward. What am I supposed to be doing? I'm going to design a frame that is lightweight, strong enough to withstand the forces during riding, fits within a specific shape and size envelope. That means it fits into an envelope, and minimize material usage while maintaining structural integrity. This is my problem. Let's move forward. What is the process that I am going to follow? First, I define my goals and constraints. My goals are moving forward, minimize weight, maximize strength. The constraints are, it's a little slow. Okay. Maximum allowable stress, my constraints, minimum and maximum dimensions, material properties, Young's modules and all that, and manufacturing limitations. I'm sure everybody in this room is absolutely at home with this. In fact, a lot more at home with this than me, because I guess this is what you delve in day in and day out. So let's move it forward a little quicker. The input parameters, whether it's material properties, load conditions, boundary conditions, and the design space. All of these input parameters is what you get your arms around. That is your step 2. Moving forward now to step 3. Now I'm going to generate design alternatives based on all the parameters and the constraints that I delved into, okay? So I have multiple algorithms that I can run because I'm talking about multiple variables here, whether it's topology optimization, evolutionary algorithms, all of these are reading points for you. Moving forward, you have the process. Basically, the process that you follow, which is AI driven, iteratively generates thousands of design alternatives, not one or two. See, the world of AI, where we used to talk about 1, 2, and 3 possibilities, you can get 1,000 alternatives by just varying a few of the characteristics, okay? And based on your goals and constraints. So move forward. Finally, you're going to evaluate, refine, and possibly do some more iterations before you come up with the last few finite number of options. So that's your 4th step. All of this put together is what constitutes generative design. Now, moving forward, okay, this final step I forgot. Okay, you are going to, this is the most important one. You need to select, I don't need 10 bike frames. I need one optimal frame. So that's the last bit of this generative design process. So moving forward, but hold that thought in your mind. Now, you heard quite a few things that I kept reminding you of, okay?